Oh, that's quiet. Okay, everybody, let's get started. Nantucket Conservation Commission meeting for Wednesday, November 7th. We are recording, and if you are recording, please let us know. Please silence your cell phones. Highly appreciated. We'll start with the public meeting, public comment. Any items not being heard tonight? Nope. Okay, so we're going to go to the public hearing, notices of intent. We have a few continuances. Mary D. Starr, 19 East Creek Road, Gregory Ray's 19 East Creek Road, and Laz Family NT 20 Wakawit Road are all continued to November 28th. So we're going to start with John and Carrie Walker, 112 Walwinet Road.
You're just in time.
Or not.
So this is Art's, so if you want to give him a second to set down at least his bag.
Yeah, go for it.
Thank you. Sorry for being a minute late. For the applicant, Gasparo, Nantucket Engineering. Before you tonight is the notice of intent application for work within the buffer zone to a coastal bank. The work includes an addition to an existing single-family dwelling, and all of the structures outside of the 50-foot buffer zone, except for a small 5-square-foot area, which falls within the existing set of stairs. Mm-hmm. So we have asked for a waiver on that basis, though we don't think that there's a adverse effect or reasonable alternative in terms of replacing existing structure with proposed structure within that zone. Mm-hmm. And that's essentially the project. There is a slight modification to the driveway, which is about, it's shown on there, but it's some, 95 feet away from the resource area. We have shown spot elevations as well. You'll see there's a proposed garage structure, which is well outside of the jurisdiction. I do understand that there is some concerns that have been raised from an abutter with respect to potential other wetland resource areas. I'm sure they're here to speak on that. We've examined those. We don't believe there's any other resource areas, but we'll get into that further. With that, I'd be happy to take additional questions or concerns that you may have.
It's pretty straightforward. Any questions?
Nope.
No.
Is he here from the abutter?
Yeah.
Yeah. I suppose I'd go right ahead.
Attorney Arthur Reed, representing Gail Arnold and the who's principal of the adjoining property to the south, and Mrs. Arnold is here with me tonight. We believe that there is, and that there has been historically shown to be, a wetland area in the central part of the lot, other than the coastal wetlands, which are depicted on this plan. But there's a wet area over in behind the existing house running through this part of the property. Mrs. Arnold has provided me with a photograph which we've made several copies of that could be circulated, which I'll ask her to explain where it was taken from. David Haynes also had looked at this property in the past for another owner some time ago, and had come to the conclusion
Thank you.
he can describe to you that there was a wet area in that part of the property, a wetlands resource area in that part of the property. And we had hoped to be able to get access to the site, to be able to have our own experts take a look at it in connection with this application, but that was not permitted by the present owner, so we're only operating on the basis of what we can see from the adjacent property. Mrs. Arnold?
Yes.
Could you come up and point out the area in question?
Okay.
Explain it.
All right, this is my fence right here. This is a little lake effect. And this
Is that a shell? Is that a shell drive right there? Or that's all water?
That's all water,
Okay.
and that's a reflection. The water's darker here, so there's less of a reflection.
Got it.
But it was the same time that in front of the Johnston house, they had a lake with little rivulets moving around. So this is from an iPhone. It was taken Thursday, January 12th, 2012. And so for that, they had a little faucet that always had a bubbling up effect, I guess, to check for wetland.
Is this your property and the fence is here?
This is the Walnut Road, and this is the harbor.
Right, so this is your property.
Yeah.
And
So
the
this is
fence we're looking at in
like
that
this.
picture.
It's mine.
Yeah,
It's
It's
like
the
that.
back of my fence.
thank you. I
Like
just
this.
wanted perspective.
Yes.
Well, actually, I'm confused because,
Sorry.
so is this,
This is
This is the-
114, this is 112,
Yeah.
this is 110, and
This-
I'm 110.
right, but so
How did
this
I
is the
get?
fence here,
Yeah.
surely, so you're on
The
their
picture was taken
property
from up here.
taking, gotcha.
Yeah.
Can we see Arthur's photo?
Sure.
Is that, did you
Mr.
submit
Chairman,
that?
yeah, if I may. This
Yeah,
is-
please, go ahead.
This is
Yeah.
simply a 2000, this is from the GIS, a 2018 aerial, which may help explain the positioning of this is Mrs. Arnold's property, and this is Locust.
Gotcha.
And her fence that she's been referring to is.
Property line.
Is right here.
Yeah.
Yes, just to help you.
Yeah,
I did
that's a pretty
these-
good on
I mean,
that.
I think they were included in the application, but those are just an aerial to help, I think, give everybody an overview of the area in question.
David, could you speak as to your involvement with the history of this?
I looked at this property for a previous owner in 2007, and there was an area in that corner that I felt was a bordering vegetative wetland. It had willow, tupelo, winterberry holly, area sensitive for I flagged it, and I know it was all wooded at that point. And I do know that there have been negative determinations since then, and work was done on a negative determination. It was a small, isolated little pocket.
So that was before this property was developed?
It was,
Was there a
that house was here, but it was before it was turned into all lawn. I'm pretty sure the septic system was in, but there was a grove of trees over on this side. It wasn't all completely clear like it used to.
So where you thought there was that bordering vegetated wetland was where the leach bed is now?
No, it's actually would have been right in here, right in that area.
Ah,
I looked at it from.
where the pool is proposed.
Was
No,
proposed
there's no
pole.
pool anymore. It's all-
Oh,
The addition.
okay.
Part of the addition.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I looked over the fence. I didn't go on the other side of the fence. And it's all lawn, it's all level. It's not a wetland now. I mean, no vegetation.
Just to be clear for me, please. This is water? It's not,
This-
it looks like a shell drive
Oh, it
to
does,
me.
doesn't it?
I mean,
Yeah.
Well, about
I thought
this-
that was this driveway we were looking at, but this is water, you're saying?
They did have a shell driveway. However, in the very center of the property, but because the office is never open except at 8 a.m., I was not. There are two little wetlands running through the very center of the property, and I was not able to get a new.
Well, you're
copy
pointing
of
at
that.
this, and this looks like a shell driveway.
It is a shell driveway,
Okay,
but it is
but-
in the center of the property.
All right.
That there are two little green little lines that indicate it's a wetland. When Mrs. Callan had it, she had a log fence around it and an entry for cars because it bogs down.
Yeah, see what I also, like from that perspective, are we seeing discoloration because there's a leach field underneath? It's hard to
Mr.
say.
Chairman, if I
Please.
could, this is so semi-relevant. These are pictures from 2012 and 2018. The site conditions are different right now. And I,
Well, we do have other
Well,
pictures for other
one moment,
people.
please.
and
Yeah.
so, you know,
I mean, a pool of water doesn't make a wetland.
that's our
So-
point as well, and that's 2018. I also would like to address, there was a determination of applicability issued by this commission in 2000 and I think it was 10, that there's no wetlands that there wasn't a resource area on the property. I have plans here that were done, which I can submit, by Mr. Bracken back in 2010 and 12, which are the septic as-built, all showing, you know, no wetland resource areas. And then we have, and we can leave that for the record. It probably already is in your records, but just in case, you can have that. It's certainly from the
So
from
it's
the
a
board.
so septic is 2010.
12 is the
12
as-built,
is the
10
as-built.
permitted, 12 is the
Gotcha.
as-built. That's the as-built plan. You can keep that for your records. I have a copy for that same septic system has soil logs and soil testing with the models, you know, down at 26 and 36 inches. You know, clearly it's a dynamic area in terms of soil conditions and wetlands, and things may not readily perk as easily as they do, you know, in the outwash plains. So there is maybe sometimes occasionally ponded water. But again, I think relying back on our current site investigations, as Mr. Haynes just said, the vegetation does not support that there's a wetland. It's lawfully essentially developed lawn area. We have no reason to believe it. We've investigated it, don't believe that it to be a wetland. It was investigated and found by this commission in 2010 that it wasn't a resource area. And so, you know, on that basis, we believe the project should be approved and meet your performance standards. And I would also defer to, you know, your administrator who, you know, I don't know if he's had a look at the site as well.
Like, she couldn't sell the property because of all the water.
Well-
And they had it declared a non-wetland, so a rich widow could sell the property. For many years it was for sale.
We did not look at this property.
Well,
Not recently.
we have, yes.
Oh, you have. I
Yeah,
said
we've
as a
definitely
group,
been
we
out
haven't
on the
done that.
site and looked at the site and have looked at the site multiple times, and we feel that the wetland resource areas are accurately depicted on the plan. I mean, I think our records reflect that as well, and feel comfortable with the resource areas as delineated and buffer zones as shown on the plan.
But is it not a fact that you would not have built a 6-foot high, triple, whatever you call those pieces of equipment that move the water around? You couldn't build an inside tank. You had to raise a huge part of the yard, 5 to 6 feet.
Sure. So there definitely is. There's a septic mound on the first part, and I think that the soil logs reflect that required, you know, Title V required separation of groundwater where we frequently see
raised
mounded
septic
systems. So it's definitely an area where, you know, groundwater is not 10 feet below the surface or 8 feet. It's, you know, 3 feet down, and then to get that separation from the bottom of the trench to that groundwater necessitated the mound. But that's been applied for, received permits, constructed, received certificate of compliance from the Board of Health and the Conservation Commission. So I think we feel comfortable with the site as depicted.
And also, don't you actually have a structure which would have been within 50 feet of that purported wetland?
Have a what?
A structure here on, when we look at the aerial. Yeah. What is that?
That could have been pretty.
Well, let's.
Well, first of all, where are we?
Well, let's
Our home right here.
also
Yes,
stay
okay.
to the site
What
as
is
best
this?
as we can.
He's asking you.
Oh, these are tiny little sheds to keep electrical equipment in.
Uh-huh.
And my land drops off 5 feet
Uh-huh.
10 feet before the fence.
Hmm.
Well, thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, thank you. Does anyone have an issue with the delineation?
No.
No.
No. Okay.
Could I just say one thing about what went in?
Please go ahead.
Okay, so you all were worried about sewer problems downtown last year. We were no better off because it's difficult at the hotel because the limited amount of land to keep moving the septic tank and sometimes there are odors. The Johnston House had a lake in front of it. The same day that the New York Times had on page 1 the icy
We do get water situations everywhere. I mean, there's a lot of clay out here, and there is a lot of clay out in that area for sure.
Up there, it's bad.
It's bad.
out there it's sand.
Well,
And
it's
it's still-
deceptive. There's a lot of clay on that area as well. But,
It took an
well.
entire day for the septic people to sink the septic tank for the Johnstons at 118.
Yeah.
And
well, I understand your concern. I do. We do have delineations and signed off by engineers on a relatively recent permit, so, and our consultant as well feels.
they wouldn't have been
but-
able to put that septic there unless someone had already lived there. That would have been no
Well,
place you could.
Well,
The Board of
Okay.
Health signed off on it. and
Exactly.
that's what we go by.
it was signed off. But I will, there may be other questions, other concerns from the audience, so if you don't mind. Is there any other questions from the public on this one? Okay. Seeing not, any other questions from the commission?
No.
Is this on like a full foundation?
No, really crawl space.
Okay. Jeff, we have everything you need to close on this one?
You have all the required information, yes.
Okay. You ready to close?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Motion to close?
Do you have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
LHVEN. So LHVEN LLC, 109 Eel Point Road.
Good afternoon, Mark Ritz from Site Design, representing the applicants at 109 Eel Point Road. The last hearing for, this is coastal bank stabilization using a fiber roll array. At the last hearing, the commission requested that we provide some additional information about retreat rate and sediment contribution here. I have submitted a letter which indicates that according to the CZM shoreline change analysis study, the average retreat rate on this property, there are 2 CZM transects, one on either end of the property. The average shoreline retreat rate is about 1.18 feet per year. That's for the sandy high water shoreline. I also took a look at aerial photographs for the site, spanning a time period from roughly April 2001 to September of 2018. And the actual coastal bank retreat rate for that 17.5-year interval is approximately 1.26 feet per year average for the property. That results in a natural bank sediment contribution of approximately 106.4 cubic yards for the property. And what we have proposed for nourishment for the sand cover for the fiber roll array is approximately 220 yards. So the nourishment over the array is about twice what the natural contribution is, because there were some concerns that we wouldn't be contributing an adequate volume. So we are contributing, you know, at slightly above the rate of natural average annual contribution. And in the event that there is sand removed from storms, we'll have to come in and re-nourish and recover the bags. So we will be keeping up with with what we feel is an adequate level of sediment contribution to the system. Also, I believe at the last meeting we were waiting for input from Heritage, and we have received that since then. So I would be happy to answer any additional questions.
Well, Mark, the bank is on average contributing that 104, whatever it was, every year. And if you just replace what's lost, you think you'll be adding every year the average amount, or more or less?
Well, the proposed nourishment to cover the installation the first go around is about 220 yards of cover, so it's about twice what the natural average annual rate is. So we're assuming that amount will be removed, and at least partially or completely removed every year due to storm activity and replaced. So we think that we'll be nourishing at least equal or greater than natural contribution.
Yeah, these systems do present us with the problem of, I mean, if this was a hard structure or even just a core tacos, we would just say put that 104 on top, put it somewhere. But here, if we do that, we'll cover up all the vegetation that's, you know.
Right, and part of the 220 initially is way up here, isn't it?
No,
You're talking only
You're
on the
vegeting.
bottom.
only
That's
the
not
seaward
vegetated.
cover. Just the material capping the, that is intended to be vegetated, but we have portions of bank, less so on this site right now, but we have portions of bank that are vegetated that then erode. I mean, the intention is to vegetate through that and have it stabilized, but if it is eroded, that'll be mimicking erosion of the bank, and that will be taking that 220 yards of material. So we would be contributing, in a single event that exposes the bags or the fiber rolls completely will contribute about 220 yards of material. And an average annual bank contribution is 106, 107 yards. So, it's approximately twice the average annual contribution. And as was discussed at the last meeting, I understand that the commission is likely to include a condition requiring us to recover the fiber roll array in short order, which would result in putting that material back and making it again available for subsequent storms. So we don't think that we will be reducing the overall sediment contribution to this section of shoreline.
Well, we should require in any reporting that they tell us how much they put in, and then, have some kind of a clause that lets us review that at some later date to see how it's doing. Because we all know that, maybe 104 yards per year, some storm may take
all of
10 times that, and then every year after that you don't do anything. But here, that storm that might take 10 times that's going to take twice that, and that's all.
If I may, if we have the type of storm that would typically take 10 times, that would be a really major event, in all likelihood there would be damage to the fiber roll array itself and, erosion behind it, because these things, this is coir fiber, this isn't, as you said, a hard structure. So I think if we had an event that's a little bit bigger than usual, you're right, we might not be contributing quite as much. But if we have one of those, large events, chances are that there would be, erosion behind the array in a case like that as well.
So I can actually answer the second part of that. So one of the conditions that we've added into projects like this is very specific to sand delivery and essentially the delivery receipts for what they're loading with to get that volume. And then they're also required to have that annual report in front of the commission as part of the project. But that was something that we've added into the last year for projects of this nature, to be back in front of the board to discuss what's going on, and then to have those sand delivery tickets to show the exact volume that's leaving in a dump truck to get there, so we can at least know what made it to the site.
Yeah, so many other factors in this little spot. They're going to influence everything. All the other structures.
I believe in recent orders for these types of installations, the commission has really included a lot more monitoring and reporting requirements for not just the site, but adjacent areas to try to capture those effects. So we'll be, we intend obviously to comply with those requirements. So
yeah, I appreciate. I mean, I think with this, actually, I think that's real important with this array because it's so becoming part of a very large array down there. So compile all the reports from all of them and get a better picture of what's going on.
We'll have to sync up their annual reports for the same time.
Yeah.
What's going on to the west? Is it just fencing?
to the west, I believe that is just the sand drift fence and the good old classic wooden wire sand drift fencing. That's, you may notice from the aerial photo that some of that may extend onto our property. That is not,
it'll be removed.
done by
Right.
our client, and that will go
Yeah.
away when they stake and do the fiber roll array.
That's good. Other questions?
No.
Do we have any questions from the public? On this one. Okay. Well, Jeff, do we have everything we need on this?
Yes. We have our determination from Heritage, so we're
Yeah.
everything we need.
Yeah.
Close, please.
Okay.
Motion to close.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Teddy Bloomer LLC, 94 Tom Nevers Road.
So just real quickly, as Mark is folding and unfolding, the thing we were waiting for on this application last time was for that heritage determination as well.
Yeah.
And we are all set in that aspect as well.
Good afternoon, Mark Ritz from Site Design, representing Teddy Bloomer LLC at 94 Tom Nevers. This was an application for a set of beach stairs down the bank and an elevated boardwalk across a section of vegetated dune. The point of the elevated boardwalk was to preserve the vegetation, minimize disturbance to the dune. And as Jeff mentioned, at the last meeting, we were waiting for input from Heritage, which we have since received. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
It's pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
There's a pre-existing trail through here anyways. That's
There
what
was a path through there, and we're largely following it, and we're doing, hand tool installation to really minimize any impact to existing vegetation. It is a well-vegetated bank here.
Okay. Any questions?
No.
Okay, any questions from the public on 94 Tom Nevers? Okay. All right. Seeing that, Jeff, we got the heritage?
Yes.
Very good. Ready to close.
Move to close.
All in favor?
Aye.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Nantucket Island Land Bank, 21 Crooked Lane.
Hi, my name is Rachel Freeman, and I'm here representing the Land Bank. And what you have before you is 21 Crooked Lane, which we call the Cassidy property. And it's about 18 acres, give or take in total. And it is an area with a ton of wetland resource areas. And we have not, I just want to point out one thing really quickly. There's an existing trail system that goes through it. We did not delineate every edge of every wetland boundary in here. What we did is we delineated where it crossed the trail, because that's particularly what we're interested in, because they're just extraordinarily extensive across this property. So we have the property came with an order of conditions allowing these trails, and so these trails are already a component of the property have been maintained just as mowed grass trails for some period of time now. There are a number of wetland crossings that we would like to boardwalk, and there are some trails that we are going to not maintain because of the level of wetness that's there. And so what you see before you is a request to do a series of boardwalks in some of these areas where we would feel like it's wet, you know, a substantial enough amount of time during the year that it would be helpful both for the wetland and for somebody who's actually trying to access the trail system. The trail that we're not going to maintain is the one that's closest to Nantucket Road, and it's just simply too wet. We're not going to boardwalk the entire length of it, and it's going to be what it is. If somebody's intrepid and wears their waders, they can use it. If they don't, they don't. The other thing that we're proposing is putting in a small, I want to say gate, but really it's a little bit of just vegetation management in this corner. Mr. Cassidy has a split rail fence that goes to here, and we'd just like to be able to access the trails from this end of Westchester if somebody feels like it. So that the access points are here, and right now there is actually an access point off the NHA's parking lot. And I think that's what we're proposing at this time. Any questions?
Wooden boardwalks?
Wooden boardwalks. 18 inches to the lowest joist. Exactly what we do at Lily Pond. Exactly what we've done at Hayward.
Diagram, didn't you?
Approximately 40 inches wide, so we can get a mower over them. And it's 2x4 decking, 2x6 leaders and joists, and 4x4 piles.
No handrail.
No handrail. It's carbon copy of what we do at Lily Pond.
Yeah.
Which I take advantage of several times a week.
What's the wetland vegetation?
In these areas?
Swamp.
Is it like shrub or herbaceous or mixed?
Well, I mean, it's mixed, but it really depends if you're talking on the trails or off the trails. You know, I mean, these literally are mowed trails. Yeah. So what you see is you see some really short Brinkhosper alba in the springtime, intermixed with the grass, and they're damp, but it's just really, really low sedges because they're mowed multiple times a year.
What about in the wetlands themselves?
In the physical wetland, there's a fair number of shrubs, and there are lots of purple loosestrife. There is lots of purple loosestrife. And I did not do the wetland delineation myself, so I don't actually have a species list on me, but I could certainly look and see what David Haynes said.
We've actually got it in front of us.
Yeah, is there a species list in there?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Page 94.
So.
So the boardwalks you're putting in are basically the width of the already existing mowed paths.
Yep. Then some places actually maybe a little bit more narrow or narrower, but yes, generally just, we're not expanding it. We're not going to be doing any vegetation management on the edges to install these boardwalks. We're just looking to be able to take a mower up and over them and to continue mowing on the other side. And to allow the public to walk these trails. Most of the year.
Don't we usually ask for a similar height to width on these things so light can get under them and, you know, promote revegetation in there? But if you've got a 4 foot wide.
Yeah. Half inch.
Yeah, but the dynamic, if you had it 4 feet high, it'd be completely alter the characteristics of the area.
That's the DEP regulations. Traditionally, you guys haven't required that, but those are DEP regulations for docks.
Yeah,
Right.
That one-to-one has typically been upheld for docks and stuff over water and for vegetation. The guidance from DEP on walkways is a little bit different, and it's actually kind of interesting because now they're actually starting to look at more. And I know we've talked about this before, and I think Rachel's actually the one that submitted it for docks and piers. The height ratio is nice, but it actually relates more towards orientation of the pier as opposed to spacing and height and width. That getting a north-south orientation as opposed to anything east or west actually promotes light better than the height does. But I'll send that around again. That's a really interesting study that they did. So it was pretty cool.
This just seems like an awful lot of boardwalks
Yeah.
to go into a trail system. And if this is all wetland, maybe it should be just left as a wetland and not have trails through it.
You know, I do understand what you're saying. It was purchased with the existing order of conditions for these trails, with the intention to use them. So basically what we're asking to do is bring it up to the performance standard, which requires that there's elevated boardwalks over wetland crossings. We have only targeted the wettest ones. We did not, some of the other ones which you'll see on here have not been selected because they're not as wet.
So how wet are we talking? Are we talking like 2 feet of water? More
It's
than
variable. In this one, along here, that trail, which basically we're going to abandon functionally, it's easily 2 feet of water. A lot of these other ones are variable throughout the year. Some of these shorter ones don't seem very wet to me. Like this is barely wet. I'm trying to think, this we decided was kind of dry enough, but I don't know. I mean, they do get wet enough that you'd want to be wearing boots, basically. It's the difference for us, like sneakers to boots. I mean,
Nantucket, you know, many walks need boots.
so this is a totally different take on your normal take, which is that we are absolutely required to put boardwalks over wetland resource
So,
areas. This is a really different direction. I didn't anticipate or expect.
Yeah.
Well, the performance standard requires that
That boardwalks.
that there should be an elevated walkway
Yeah.
in wetland crossing areas. So that's not that I disagree with anyone, but
Right.
that's the
That's
physical
the-
language that's
right.
in place.
That's what I was thinking.
It's definitely a lot of impact.
I will eat the boardwalk. Okay. Other questions?
Not for me.
Okay. Any questions from the public on this? Okay. Jeff, we have everything you need?
Yes, we do.
Would you like to close?
Yes, please.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Very good. Thanks. You could skip the next one. Okay. Hither Creek Boatyard, 20 North Cambridge.
Mr. Chairman, I recuse.
Thank you. For the record, Paul Santos with Nantucket Surveyors, representing the applicant, Hither Creek Boatyard, Inc., doing business as Nantucket Marine. I'd like to also introduce Sarah Alger, who is attorney for the applicant, and then 2 principals of the boatyard. Catherine Slattery is seated back here, and Chris Shannon, I believe, is here, back on the backside of the wall, all who I'm sure you are familiar with. This is a notice of intent filing for 11 seasonal floats within Hither Creek, which is in an area controlled and operated by Nantucket Marine. I'd like to take just a minute, if I could, to kind of bring you full circle on what brought us here today and discuss the prior permit that you had issued with regard to 11 fixed docks, which was an expansion of the marina that we went through and permitted back in 2016. So in 2016, in October of 2016, we filed with the Nantucket Planning Board to recommend a major commercial development for expansion of the operation of Nantucket Marine for 11 slips within a fixed dock scenario. We filed in November of 2016 with this commission an amended order of conditions for our existing, at that time, valid in-water notice of intent that we had for the project. That project came before this board and was permitted for 11 docks. I have that plan with me, and I'd like to actually pull that out. Show what that plan was. It's a plan very similar to the one that you see before you now for this filing, but that plan depicted 11 slips, a fixed 5-foot wide floating main dock with 4-foot wide finger docks, and it was anchored into the creek with a 12-inch diameter piles, which is similar to what the existing 60-slip marina currently is utilizing. And the reason I bring this up is because there seems to have been a narrative in some of the abutters' concerns, letters to the paper and so forth, that indicated that at that time, this was permitted without any type of notice to the abutters. This project was filed with the planning board, notice was given, notice was in the paper. It was filed with the Conservation Commission, notice was given, notice was in the paper. And I'd just like to submit it to the record. This is the abutters list that was submitted in the 2016 application. It has all the certified receipts, and whatever green cards were signed for and sent back, copies of those are in this package here. Not all the green cards came back, but all the certified receipts did go out. And I'd just like to submit that into the record.
Sure.
And again, I do that only because there seems to have been a narrative that that project in 2016 was done without the benefit of notice to the abutters. And that's all I'm going to say about that from this point on. So the project before you is a notice of intent for 11 seasonal floats within the creek. The resource areas for this particular application are the buffer zone to a salt marsh. It is located within land under the ocean, land containing shellfish, an anadromous fish run, and land subject to coastal storm flowage. And all the work is shown on the larger plans that you have in front of you. To give a sense of what the difference is between the 2016 proposal and what this proposal is for essentially 2 separate sections, or still 11 seasonal floats, 4 floats, approximately 3 foot by 18 foot in width, anchored to the creek with 3-inch diameter galvanized pipe, which would be on the outside end of each one of the floats. We've shown 4 floats in one area of the creek, and we've shown 7 floats in the other area of the creek. 4 floats with the 3 by 18. The 7 floats are 4 by 24. Again, all anchored on the ends with a 3-inch diameter galvanized pipe. The area in which the 11 slip proposal was proposed essentially is the same area that we now show is where the 4 seasonal floats would be located. So this area here shows the 4 seasonal floats. 4 seasonal floats, and then that area that made up the 11 fixed dock was basically in that same particular area. The dock obviously projected perpendicular to the marsh. The floats, as presently proposed, run parallel to the marsh.
So Paul, can I make sure I'm clear? So the 11 were right in this area.
The 11 were right in this area here, where the 4,
Right.
essentially where the 4 seasonal floats are. So this project does go further down the creek than the 11 fixed floats proposal did. I'd also like to submit, this is a series of photos which were taken today actually, in which the seasonal float kind of setup was a mock-up was done to give you an idea of what we're talking about on this seasonal float concept. Bear in mind that the seasonal float that you see in the picture, the first picture here, has the galvanized pipes in a position on which they already had a dock that was already made. So this is not essentially how this would look. Picture these two galvanized pipes on the end of each one of these, on the end of the floating dock. So I'd like to submit this.
Thank you.
And walk you through each one of the. So what you have here is, the first picture is essentially a mock-up of what this seasonal float is. It's essentially a dock or a float that is put in on a seasonal basis. The 3-inch galvanized pipes are essentially hydraulically pushed into the marsh, and they basically fix the float in a set position. The beauty of the the benefit of the seasonal float as opposed to the 11 dock fixed float is it can be changed location, it can be moved away from the marsh, it can be moved in different areas on a seasonal basis, depending upon what the natural environment is on a yearly basis. These floats, if you look, there's probably maybe a 6-inch draft from the bottom of this float into the creek itself. These floats are sitting elevated on top of, underneath the wood side of the float itself. The creek itself is approximately in a low tide condition. There's probably 5.5 feet or so of separation between the bottom of the creek to the water. In a higher tide situation, there's probably about 8 feet. So there's a fluctuation of about 5.5 to 8 feet, depending upon the tides in the creek itself. Second picture is a picture of an actual boat docked on the float. Access to these would be by a dinghy, so there'd be you cannot walk to the float. You'd have to be in a dinghy, row yourself out to the float, and then have access to the craft from that method. In this case here, you'll see there is a fairly substantial separation from the edge of the salt marsh to this mock-up that we're provided. Third picture is a picture of the boat itself at the float, in which essentially when the boat is in position, the float is obscured. So the float is hidden when the boat is in position. This is going to be the case for majority, if not all, of the abutters, because on this side of the boat side is where the majority of the abutters in Nantucket are. The opposite side is the salt marsh, and then other land owned by Nantucket Marine. Aerial photo gives you an idea of the float itself along with the boat as it's docked. Then there's a panoramic view, if you will, of kind of the horizon. You'll see the boat, the dock, and then looking back down the creek. And you'll notice the moorings that are centered within Hither Creek. Currently, no boats are on them. There are some boats moored on the moorings further down towards the bridge and towards the ocean. Again, another aerial view as you look down the creek, and then a couple overhead shots, which essentially is the limit of work, if you will, from the end of the fixed 60 slip pier at the end all the way down to past the limit of the project that is shown right here. And then again, there's another aerial view in that particular area. So that kind of is what the project, or what the floats are. The floats themselves, again, a fixed pier or a fixed dock situation is a 12-inch pile, fiberglass pile, driven into the creek. The dock itself is fixed. It's fixed against the marsh, and it's fixed in time, it's fixed in position, and you have no ability on a yearly basis to move the fixed dock. Again, the existing marina itself has a valid Chapter 91 license. There are 60 slips within the reconfiguration perimeter for the marina itself. The 11-slip fixed dock project had been approved by the Conservation Commission. We had an order of conditions, and we were in the process of doing the Chapter 91 filing when, through a series of events, a lot of the abutters became aware of the filing. At that time, Nantucket Marine made the decision to withdraw that application, had some discussions with the abutters, and they withdrew that application. That permit now, the order of conditions is actually no longer valid, and the Chapter 91 license was withdrawn. So as far as the 11 fixed slips go, there's not currently a permit for that one. We did that, if you recall, as an amended order to the existing in-water order of conditions we had. That permit had some life with it with regard to the Permit Extension Act. We ran out of the ability to extend that permit any further, so that permit is no longer valid. And the Chapter 91 license was basically withdrawn by the applicant. The application itself did not require, or does not require, review under the Mass Endangered Species Act. In fact, the original proposal we did file with them, and they returned our application along with our fee and said that they had no jurisdiction, or they had no, there was no concerns with regard to national heritage with regard to the 11 slip, nor the same situation would apply to the floating seasonal floats. The application itself sets forth the resource areas. It sets forth each one of the particular resource areas that we're in. Again, the Andromeda's Fish Run. Again, this is the floats will be located within Hither Creek, which is a fish run used by alewife to run upstream to Long Pond and north head of Long Pond to spawn. Spawning generally occurs between April and May, with the surviving adults returning downstream between March and June, and the juveniles between July and November. No aspect of the project will detrimentally affect the alewife's ability to reach or return from their spawning grounds. Again, there's another expansion on the findings that were in previous applications, and we feel are still valid under this continued application. The buffer zone to a salt marsh. The application itself sets forth the setbacks to the salt marsh, which in the current proposal is approximately, the floats are approximately 15 feet away from the salt marsh. Again, the boats in this situation are running parallel to the salt marsh, as opposed to typically the boats will either come head in, keep the prop wash as far away from the salt marsh as you can. These cases, we are running parallel to the salt marsh itself. As part of the notice of intent application, we were required to file with the Division of Fisheries, Marine Fisheries. They did come back with regard to the application with a few comments. No heavy equipment or material should be allowed on the salt marsh. That goes without saying. All the work that we would do would be occurring from boats within the creek. There'd be no work on the salt marsh. The proposed float additions will be close to the salt marsh. Mass DMF is concerned that placing the floats nearer the edge of this resource area may result in damage from prop wash in the hydraulic section of the floats. Mass DMF recommends the seasonal floats maintain a buffer at least 25 feet from any bordering salt marsh to reduce the risk of slumping and erosion impacts of these resources. As part of our prior notice of intent, I believe there was a condition in there that on a yearly basis that we survey locate the edge of the salt marsh. That was again when the 11 slip fixed project was going in. I'm assuming any type of work moving forward, we would have that same condition, and we will continually monitor that edge of the salt marsh. We have not experienced any movement on that side of the salt marsh within the project or the 60 slips out there now. That condition moving forward is obviously something that I'm assuming the commission would adhere to, and we would continue to monitor that. The line that you see on the plan now is the current location at the edge of the salt marsh based on the last survey that we did.
Here, grab this.
He's going to measure it for you.
Nice job.
Giant.
You can drag it back across the microphone now.
Hold it.
They also, on their third and final comment, the DEP dock and pier guidelines recommend at least 2.5 feet of separation between the bottom of the float and the underlying substrate for piers constructed in shellfish habitat. If necessary, float stops can be used to maintain this buffer between the bottom of the float and the underlying substrate. Again, low tide condition, approximately 5.5 feet of depth. The float itself sits only, maybe less than 6 inches into the water itself. In a high tide condition, approximately 8 feet of depth. So we did get response back from Division of Marine Fisheries. We have been issued an order, a DEP file number from DEP. And to continue back, again, that was talking about the buffer zone, the salt marsh. There is a provision in there with regard to the land under the ocean. Again, and then land containing the shellfish. Again, there are specific write-ups on each one of those particular resource areas. I'd like to just take a minute, if I could, have Catherine Slattery come up and speak again, maybe briefly, to the project itself and some of the efforts that Nantucket Marine has currently been undertaking in conjunction with the Natural Resource Department with some water quality initiatives with regard to oysters, propagating them in the creek itself. These floating components would actually be used as part of that oyster program. Again, the benefit of them would be they're attached out with no access to them other than a dinghy or some type of other access. So I'll let Catherine take it from here a little bit and get back to just a little bit of the what's brought us here and some of the other initiatives that Nantucket Marine has undertaken with regard to shellfish.
We think that this proposal is less intensive than the fixed docks. And we think that one of the great things that it can provide is that it's a seasonal flow to come in and out. There is not a change in vista to the abutters except for seeing a hole on the water. We've worked closely with Nantucket Conservation Association, the Admiralty Club, and Nantucket Residents Association, who have support for this. They also want to join forces with us. We've had in conjunction with the Department of Natural Resources, we've been growing spat oysters. And I have a technician here who's Chloe Coggins, who headed up that project for us. But what we're doing is trying to clean the water of Hither Creek through the growth of oysters and then returning them to Jeff to go out on their reef. And we want to expand that project by about 50% this coming, and these floats would be the perfect location for that. We also have worked closely with people in the neighborhood. We've worked with the Nantucket Conservation Foundation regarding the eelgrass study, and we've done water quality testings related to the algae bloom. We also are a place that provides Nantucketers to get on the water, which is far and few between now, and we have a lot of people here who are the people that live on the creek or work on the creek here to support us. We did a written online survey of 156 people in the basic Hither Creek area, and we have 146 response rate of positive. We support you. I can provide those names, and we had 2 ifs. So I think it's, we put the sample in under the permission of Jeff to see what it would take if it takes, and it's not, I thought jetting, would be some huge disturbance. And it's just a small flow of water in the pipe, literally. And I have video footage of that too. The pipe drops in, and it's the way that floats are maintained up and down the creek as well. So I hope that you'll support us, and if you have any other questions regarding this, anyone here, I'd be glad to answer.
Thanks, Catherine. So one thing to point out, and maybe you'll point out to the abutters too, which I'm sure you're going to hear their input. I mean, there's been a lot of feedback since this proposal has come forward. The 11 floats that you see on the plan are not necessarily fixed by this plan. Those floats can be adjusted if the commission or the abutters feel that sliding them further maybe towards the marina, keeping them further off the marsh. The floats aren't fixed. That's the benefit of having a seasonal float is it can move on a yearly basis as conditions change. So while we have depicted 4 floats here and 7 here, I mean, these 4 floats could be slid closer to the marina. This area could be infilled in here, and then the impact further down the creek could be lessened in 2, 3, or maybe even 4 of those floats could just be eliminated and slid further up into the creek. So we're not fixed, I don't think, and we're not trying to say this is where the floats will be on a yearly basis, this is where they will always be. There is some flexibility there, and they're willing to work with the abutters on the positioning of the floats. You'll see, and I failed to mention, but you'll see on the center of this drawing, there's the circular portions. Those are the existing Nantucket Marine moorings, if you will. And then the circular area would be basically when you have a boat on a mooring, obviously you have movement in a different location than you would on the fixed pier. The boat, once it's at the floating component, is going to be more in a fixed position than if it's attached to a mooring. So those are the mooring locations, which do go further down. They are all, majority of them, I believe, are controlled by Nantucket Marine. The upper area here, Catherine Slattery has a mooring, Chris Shannon has a mooring, Randy Sharp, Mayo, Lewis, and then the rest of these coming down this way are existing Nantucket Marine moorings. On the abutter side of the creek, there are, I believe, 3 or 4 actually fixed / floating docks that are owned by private entities. Those are not controlled by Nantucket Marine, and they do also show in the photos. Those are on the abutter side of the creek, if you will. So, I mean, I don't think, go into detail on what type of neighbor Nantucket Marine has. I think the abutters will agree, the commission will agree. Nantucket Marine has been a good neighbor to Nantucket. I've had an association with them for almost 14 years now. It started with the expansion project for the racks on the upland component. At that time, we also did stormwater improvements. We did the boat wash, initially the boat wash area, which turned into the boat wash building. I've found them, and Chris, they're diligent in their reporting to the state. They're diligent in any type of reporting that we had to do to this commission with any type of permits. They're a good neighbor. I think they care about the creek. They care about this area. And we think this is a viable project. It's a good alternative, we think, to the fixed 11 slips that we previously came in with. And I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm sure you're going to hear a lot of testimony, either for or against, and I'm happy to answer any questions that may come up. I will say that with regard to the, other than those people who live on that creek and have been there forever, Chris, Catherine, they know the environment, they know the area, whether it's the shellfish, the flooding, the components of the salt marsh, they're all intimately involved in on a yearly basis. They wouldn't, I don't believe, propose this if they didn't think it was a viable alternative and a solution to keep the boatyard viable and provide a benefit to the residents of Nantucket. Happy to answer any questions. I'm sure there'll be more, and we'll go from there.
Do you want to mention the waiver attenuation factor? I don't know if
On the
you did.
okay, on the floats themselves, what Sarah had mentioned was the wave attenuation component that comes with the floating, the seasonal float, as opposed to a type of mooring, where you have the navigational component of the creek obviously is to either side of the moorings. You've now got, it's a no-wake zone to begin with, but you've got these components that do act as somewhat of a wave attenuation to the edge of the salt marsh. I think that combined with coming up with a balance of what Division of Marine Fisheries wants for a setback to the marsh, and then what we can work with out there, again, does provide a benefit with regard to using the seasonal floats as opposed to a fixed location. Thank you.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
So the floats get removed in the winter. Do the pipes stay in as well each year there?
No, everything comes out. It's the pipes come out, the floats come out. There's the entire component is seasonal.
So,
I was curious, how far down do you drive these pipes?
Chris, the question was how far down these pipes go?
21-foot lengths, they go into the bottom.
About how far?
8 feet.
8 feet.
20 foot
Yep.
long, 3-inch galvanized, 8 feet into
Gotcha.
the bottom.
So they won't necessarily go back in the same places ever again? Not exactly.
No, there's no intention to, no, they will never be in the same spot. I mean, we don't intend to go out there with a GPS unit or a survey component and say, every year it's going in that same spot. We're not even saying that they would go in the positions that we have here. This is just an idea of how they would essentially look. But no, they will not go in the same spot.
Is there a limit how far down the creek that you'd end? I mean, it's kind of
Well,
like
Mattock Marine
arbitrary.
owns, I mean, the limit would be the limit of what Mattock Marine owns. I mean, this
Okay.
is where we've shown
So
them.
I don't see
But they own,
anything marked
this
here.
property here is controlled by Mattock Marine.
Yep.
And then the Nantucket Conservation Foundation is the property.
Okay,
it-
so within their
It
property
would
line.
stay always within, it stays within their frontage. But the intent was to not go any further down than we depicted on this plan.
So, so thank you for the straight
You're
edge.
welcome.
So, this isn't strictly accurate then, in the sense that, from the point of view of you're asking us to approve a plan that might be very different in practice. And I do have questions about the radius. Is this representing the radius of a boat attached to a mooring?
Where's my
Because
scale here?
here it's 8 feet per, so there's 5 of these
I don't know if it
hatches.
represents a radius or not, I would take. Chris, what is, and if I could, again, Chris, the standard radius on a mooring as far as?
On the scope of those, depends how wide the boat is on it. If it's an 18-foot boat, it's different than a 25-foot boat. So everything would be, so it's gonna be a 25-foot boat, but it'll probably be 30 feet.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks as though the radius depicted here is about 16 feet.
Yeah.
So it would be about a 10-foot boat moored to it. Is that realistic?
Well, I don't know if that's approximately, that's a 30-foot.
Circle.
That's a diameter. That's the
30-foot
diameter,
Yeah.
yeah. So
Such a
you're-
15-foot boat.
So I wonder how accurate that is, because surely they're bigger than 10, 12-foot boats attached to the
Well, I don't know
buoys.
what's it pertinent to though.
Well, it's pertinent, because didn't you say that a DEP regulation was at least 20 or 25 feet
No,
off?
they
They recommended.
that we be 25 feet off the mark.
But that looks as though it's about 10 feet
Well,
off.
that's not what we submitted. That was their recommendation after reviewing our plan. What you have is what was submitted to the commission and then what was responded on by Division of Marine Fisheries. They came back and recommended that we would like to see a 25-foot separation.
Then, so I'm saying that you're depicting here, you're depicting where there's a 10-foot to 12-foot boat attached to a mooring, which doesn't seem realistic to me. You're showing where less than 12 feet to the floating dock here, to the bank, which doesn't seem realistic. And so I think, I would be happier to see it depicted more accurately, would be my request. And also, I have on page 6 here of your photographs, which is this one here. So, I noticed where you've actually put the test pontoon is really as far over as possible, as opposed to where they would be if you were actually placing them. And then I wondered, the pier to the left there, and my understanding is that that box to the west of that pier is where the town has a device to try and stop oil spills from leaking into the creek. Is that correct?
That's a, that's a spill boom box that we drill with actually annually with the Nantucket Fire Department, also the Coast Guard
Yeah.
and Harbor Master.
Yeah.
So that boom box, if I'm not mistaken, that's on town property.
Right, no, I understand. But so I guess my drift is if these docks are going to be to the west of that boom box, and I guess my question is how likely, if this is depicted really accurately, how wide are these channels actually going to be for navigational purposes, and is that going to increase the possibility of a collision and a spill that the boom box won't contain? So I think those are reasonable questions to have answered going forward.
Well, we could answer them now in the sense that the boom box, there aren't boom boxes up and down the length of the creek for boats that are hitting each other.
Well, I understand, but
And if there isn't, and if there is boats hitting each other, there usually isn't a spill from boats hitting each other. That spill attenuating, that's for anything that happens at the marina where the tanks are, to stop it from flowing down. That's the purpose of that.
right, I understand. I'm just asking to have an accurate depiction of the actual dimensions of this project going forward. I don't think it's realistic to show a radius of, of really tying up dinghies there when you don't. And so I think that's a reasonable request, to have a more accurate depiction.
Right, so it's also depends upon, what the winds are, prevailing winds, because you can have
Sure.
a whole different landscape there.
Yeah.
Prevailing wind is the southwest wind.
Yeah.
And we deal with this as it is now. We'll have inbound and outbound traffic departing. They'll be going down the south side if it's a north or northwest wind. Both inbound and outbound will be going down the one side because of the swinging roads existing already. So this isn't going to impede. People are still not going to, they'll see that it's blowing out of the south, they're not going to go down the north side, they're going to go down the south side. So it's just the way it's been. But yes, I mean, there is an extra boat there and a float. So there is, during the south wind, it's definitely going to take away some space.
And I think to your point about this not being an accurate depiction,
We need you
Can I
guys to
make,
come up to
yeah,
the mic.
yeah, you're not gonna pick these, we can record it, they won't pick up on the mic. So as a general rule, we like everyone to come up.
this plan is an accurate depiction of what we are applying for with these floats in these locations. Because they're seasonal, if at some point this body deemed, or even a Butters or Sheila Lucy deemed that it would be more appropriate to have floats in different places, we're amenable to moving them.
Thank you. So I would like to have, next time, all right, a depiction that shows the radius of a realistic boat tied up there, a 15 or 25-foot boat, whatever size boat you have actually tied up to the moorings, so that we can calculate what the radius really is. And I would like to see a depiction of the dock, of either if you're going to have it 12 feet from the bank or if you're going to have it 25 feet from the bank. And I would like to see that drawn when you come before us again. Because I don't think this is, I mean, I'm having a hard time trying to judge what it's really going to look like in practice. And I think that's a perfectly fair question.
Well, are we talking about navigation?
Well, no, I think what his point was, if the recommendation by the state is to have these 20, are you intending to keep these at 12? Or you have?
No, the recommendation was 3.5.
From the bottom.
No, the 20, with the 25 from the salt marsh.
Yeah.
25 from the salt, that's what it's,
We intend to have another discussion with Department of Marine Fisheries on the setbacks from the marsh.
oh, so that's not,
No.
you're not sure you want, oh, okay, I get your point. So you're applying for what you have here at 12. You're not necessarily going for what the Department of Fisheries is recommending.
No, that's, again, this was submitted to you for
Understand.
review. It was submitted to them for review.
Yeah.
We've got their comments back, we'll address them. We're now gonna have your comments, we're
Yeah.
gonna address those.
True. I mean, but at the same time, we take the state recommendations very seriously because it's a governing body. So it's just the point. Yeah. But we were just trying to get an idea of what. So that intention is this is what they intend to do, as opposed to following the state at this point.
And again, there are attenuating methods that you have for prop wash,
right.
Whether it be screens or there are other methods if we feel that the prop wash is an issue with the with the
compromising the marsh.
Gotcha. I have a curiosity. Is this each of these docks to handle one boat or two?
One.
Okay. And something else I forgot. Oh, does Nantucket Marine control what moorings go into this area? Because it seems like it is all theirs for the most part, except for a couple up here. Is there a chance of this area getting denser? I mean, I know there's more farther out of the creek, but I'm unsure. Do you guys have the complete control of the number of moorings in this area?
We don't have control.
Okay. It's a surprisingly
But there are,
few.
you know, a number of illegal moorings and docks in the creek that need to be removed, which will help with the navigation. And we're working with the harbor master.
Well, I'm also thinking future buildup and stuff like that.
So the
we
number
will
of
never see.
the number of moorings that can be installed is a number that is set by the Army Corps of Engineers, and they set that number for both harbors, and we have to stay within those limits.
Yeah, it just looks so perfectly organized in this one general area that I was wondering if you guys had control over the numbers, and you talked about your property line.
So is the water, is the creek itself, the bottom of the creek, controlled by the town, the state, or
Yes to all.
land under the ocean?
So that is a yes to all.
Yeah.
It really depends on what aspect you're looking at for who has jurisdictional control over what's going on there. So if you're looking at it simply from a, you know, like a shellfish sanitation standpoint, that really resides solely with the state. If you're looking from, you know, harvesting shellfish, that's something that resides with the state and the town. If it's resource area impacts, it's obviously the town and the state. Sometimes the federal government. So it's not, unfortunately, it's not a, this is controlled 100% by a single entity. And then there's also rights of, you know, the people that own property abutting that water as well. So there's all kinds of difference. And then Massachusetts, we also have rights of the public for that area too. And it's a very complicated answer for who. There's no buck stops here really for any of this. It really depends on what you're looking at.
Can I ask?
We have time for the public, so don't worry. Everyone.
So one somewhat concern that I have is since, like it's kind of double-sided, since these things aren't going to be in the same location every year, how will you measure impacts? You know what I mean? I'm just worried about impacts kind of trailing if they're not in the same spot. You can't necessarily distinguish that.
Well, first of all, number one, they can be in the same spot every year. I mean, we have the ability to put them in the same spot every year. What we will do on a yearly basis is the edge of the salt marsh will be continually located on a yearly basis. And then that movement, if we tend to see any movement in the salt marsh, that's the purpose of a yearly component. Then we're going to see, as if we see that now all of a sudden after year 2, 3, 4, or 5, that there has been some migration of the salt marsh, then we'll, you know, have to assess, you know, the floats themselves and the positioning. But the only ability you have on a yearly basis would be the continual yearly monitoring of the edge of the salt marsh.
Okay. And
That's
then,
the bottom habitat.
yeah, that's what I was
Yeah.
going to ask, because we
Getting
have
there.
that orientation where you're not getting sun exposure underneath the floating piers. Because if the sun's
Well,
going this way,
Coming over here though.
north is like here.
Yeah,
A lot of these
40.
aren't
Yeah.
oriented. Is there eelgrass down there?
No.
No? Chloe? No. Speak to that. There's no.
Okay, you come up
You need
to
to
the
come up,
microphone.
please.
I'm sorry. It's just Can take the microphone.
There's no eelgrass.
You need to introduce yourself too.
I'm Chloe, North Garden Marine.
What's your last name, Chloe?
Coggins?
Chloe.
And what's your education? I studied environmental science at the University of Vermont.
Cool.
And I interned at the Natural Resource Department.
And Chloe was involved in the oyster program through the natural resources.
And study with Conservation Foundation.
Okay.
So I will also say when we redid our eelgrass mapping, Hither Creek did not have any mapped areas of eelgrass.
Okay.
And the shellfish survey, was that did they expand that when they did it for the docks in this area?
Yes.
So I just have one comment, I guess. I remember when this came before us before, and I was a little nervous about it, but I don't love the idea of the sprawl now that it's taking up, you know, more of the creek. This sprawl does concern me. And I know that you can move them, but it sounds like this is your, because they would have ended like right here, right? Yeah, so they would have ended like right around where these first 4 would end.
I like it because it reduces the concentration of impact. It spreads it out much further
Yeah,
along the
sure.
bank.
I would think that.
I think
too.
that is a point.
If you think of
Something like that.
I don't know.
Get a lot of
Most
space
of
between,
Would,
you know?
space, but that's sprawl. So when we talk about impacts, that spreads the impacts over a larger area versus concentrating them in one. So that it is a concern that I have with the expansion.
I do have a question. Same idea. Hypothetically, if you were applying for 12 moorings in this field, would they fit in this area? I'm not saying to do it. I'm just have a point. I have a point. No, it's a hypothetical question. If these,
So Chris Shannon from Nantucket Marine. So totally different permitting. So when you have a mooring, you have to
Yeah.
take in your diameter, your scope, which you were
Yeah.
asking about. So a floating pier, so it's fixed, so your orientation is always going to be the same, so you don't have to worry about your scope. So the answer is no, you couldn't permit any more moorings. All our moorings, they look organized in there because they're permitted by the Army Corps of Engineers,
Yeah.
and they're placed in that line there in addition to the other 4 down when you come around the bank there. So.
I guess my point was that if you had potential to have that many moorings, they wouldn't come in front of us first, and we'd have that many boats, and the impact of a swinging boat. So I do, the benefit I see of a fixed pier.
I would just to ask that, because I think I can answer that question, is moorings are permitted under a different program through Corps of Engineers. They have a different process for DEP, and it's something where moorings are, in cases like this where they're covered by the programmatic permit of the Army Corps, don't require specific approval for installation, or else, you know, we would be hearing, you know, 1,500 mooring permit installation requests every 3 years. So
Right.
it's something that it's covered under a different process.
Yeah, like I said, I wasn't suggesting that as an alternative.
No.
My point was
I
that,
completely understand
yeah,
your thought.
having a boat in Pulpus, it doesn't seem like there's any regulation there. So that was my point on that one.
The other thing good about this design could be that most of the prop wash is going to be going parallel to the salt marsh, not into the salt. That was a big concern. I remember when we were looking at the docks
Fixed
down
pier,
there, yeah, the piers, of making sure the boats pulled in, you know, nose first and backed out, so they weren't backing in and then prop washing into the marsh.
Into the
you
marsh,
know.
yeah. That was a big concern.
But here they would be in the other direction.
Other questions? Okay. So I'm going to open this to the public, but you have to understand we have to stick to wetland regulations for our decision. And so,
Try not to repeat.
yes?
Try not to repeat.
Oh, yeah. Otherwise, and also, please don't repeat.
Did you say?
We understand this is a
Yes.
sensitive subject, but
And I repeated it.
and
So
you're gonna have to come
take
up and
that.
talk in the microphones as well, because since it's being recorded.
Yes. And our minutes taker is absent tonight.
noticed that.
She's not feeling well. So please be sure you say your name as clearly as possible when you get added to the minutes. All bets are off for what your name gets listed as.
Okay, so I'll open it up to the public for public comment. I know, Jen, sorry, you had a question if you want to come up. Yep. Please give your name. Yeah, go ahead.
My name is Tom Olberg, and the Macy's Lane. And I'm pretty familiar with the creek. I really don't know who owns the creek, to tell you the truth. Where I come from, the DEC, if it's a navigable stream or river, doesn't belong to anyone, unless 2 parties own the land on either side. That's been contested where they come from. So I don't know who owns the creek and who has the authority to actually do something in the creek. We had a problem back home, this is in New York, where guys wanted to anchor their boats in the creek, on the Salmon River. And the landowner said, no, you can't do it. Well, one fellow, a senator, had land on either side of the creek. Well, this happened to be, if anybody knows anything about Salmon River, was the fact that the guides could no longer anchor their boats in this particular section, which was the best section of the stream. So I don't know who owns Hither Creek or how far, but to do anything to it, prevent it, who owns it? Who's authorizing it? So I'm really concerned about who, you know, what can I do stuff like this? I mean, who's authorizing this stuff?
Obviously, the Army Corps of Engineers.
All right.
So,
now the next thing
what's
is
your
I
basic point,
fished
sir?
that creek.
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know if anybody knows me, but you're talking about moving docks. Number one, you can't put a dock anywhere on water because you're cutting down on sunlight, photosynthesis, and so forth. Especially at 3.5 feet to 8 feet.
We understand.
This creek is vital for Nantucket, and for all the fishermen. I don't know if there's any fishermen here or not. It's a fit, especially during seasonal. And my season starts, the first fish that runs up there is probably mid-May, so it's a little bit later. I catch American shad there. Now, American shad, you can only possess American shad in only 2 rivers that I know of in the state of Massachusetts. That's the Connecticut River and the Merrimack. They're beautiful fish. There's a run there that runs for about right into mid-May. There's also herring running with that. And we all know now that there's stripers spawning in there also, which go into one pond. Is there oil? I walk through those marshes. I see oil there. Where it's coming from, obviously, it's boats and so forth. I personally think there are too many boats there. Well, too many boats right now. I'm also very cognizant of the amount of bird life there, especially it starts with the swans in March. I watch it all the time. And then we get into rails and we get into herons. I didn't see herons this year, but egrets and so forth. But that west side of the bank, the west bank where you want to, I believe where you want to put these slips or these docks, there's so much going on over there just with bird life. It's amazing. So so you're going to put seasonal docks in, that between, I would say from May 15th on, you don't want any boats in there. I don't even fish over there because I don't even want to walk on those banks. And if you don't think there's erosion along that bank, those side banks, there is erosion. And you know there's a southwest wind all the time. It takes a beating, especially this year. And some of those boats lost their moorings this year. You see, so the grass, okay, right along the shoreline. The first 3 feet, 4 or 5 feet is vital for all those fish that are spawning in there. And I'm talking about stripers, I'm talking about shad, I'm talking about white perch, sperry, anchovies. I don't see too many anchovies. I've seen further up the creek. But this is a very delicate, very fragile environment here. And it's very unlike Pulpus. Pulpus doesn't have a freshwater system. This does. I take salinity readings. It runs pretty good right up to the second bridge. Pretty much consistent. Doesn't change very much. I think okay, let's talk about the docks now. The docks. So if you're going to shade these docks, I don't care what you put down. If you put a dock right here, there's nothing that's going to grow underneath it. And guess what? Who's ever arguing that they're going to take them away? Well, you're going to put them there when the seasons, when things are growing. It takes until June for things to grow. before you start seeing life. Then you start seeing bugs, and then everybody that lives in
Wow.
Nantucket knows, hey, we got to get out of here because there's so many bugs around. I think it's not a good thing. And I can see just more and more boats going in there. Prop wash, the guys that are out there are good, but the boats are getting bigger. You're talking about 10-foot boats, 15-foot boats. Most of these boats are running close to 200 horsepower, 150 horsepower on their boats, at minimum 150. Because they want to go out to the Bonita Bar, they want to go offshore, wherever they go. So the boats are larger, they're at least 21 feet. So I don't know what the scope is and all what you're talking about.
Well.
But it's such a delicate, it's so vital to Nantucket. It's sad.
I understand. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks.
I can't believe it. I can't, you know, you're talking about these docks. So let the docks go away. Are you going to take the docks away? That doesn't matter now. Sure, but don't put them up and start in April and start putting those poles down.
Okay. Appreciate it. I get your point. Thank you very much for your
Thank
comment. Okay. Other questions? Here we go.
Good afternoon, evening, everyone. I'm Peter Portis. I'm an abutter, and I've lived since 1972, and I'll just, instead of submitting other things, in this house on the creek. I'm an avid fisherman, water sports, you name it. I've pretty much been up here my entire life.
Did you say Peter Boyce?
Peter Portis. Yes.
Portis,
Yes.
thank you.
Before I start, there's I've been asked by another fellow creek dock owner next to me who was trying to get here but couldn't attend to get his opposition on record, which is very relevant because he is not only a member, longstanding member of the community, he's also a developer and a marina owner. So I'd like to read this to you and get it on record. Dear members of the Nantucket Conservation Commission, I read as the owner of 24 Tennessee Avenue since 1989, a customer of Nantucket Marine since 1990, and a commercial developer with current, past, and commercial marina holdings in Connecticut and Florida, and I'm not your average NIMBY. First, as a developer, I rarely write in opposition of any project. With 38 years of experience, 100 projects representing 7 million square feet of commercial space, and 1,000 in-water slips with 10 different marina facilities, I've had my share of zoning challenges. What strikes me as odd and unsettling about this proposed expansion is an apparent effort to mislead the abutters with questionable notices and bold-faced misrepresentations from our one face-to-face meeting with the applicant. The second issue which concerns me is how can you expand your floating docks without adequate on-site parking or ownership of the land your proposed expansion abuts? To my knowledge, the applicant doesn't own Little Neck. However, I do own my waterfront property, as do my neighbors. Can we simply propose to expand our docks to run parallel along the southern edge of Hither Creek? Professionally, when I advance a project, I reach out to the neighbors, listen, and seek compromise. I don't always prevail, but it avoids the rancor your commission is now listening to. As a customer, I have always enjoyed a nice relationship with Nantucket Marine, something I would like to maintain. I bought my first boat in Nantucket, on Nantucket, based nearly 30 years ago from John Manning, and have only nice things to say about Chris Shannon, who's kept me afloat, supplied me with more props than I care to recount as I unsuccessfully navigate the skinny water, enjoying the great fishery and beauty our island offers. As an abutter, NIMBY, what scares me is who is protecting the creek, the breaching, its water quality, silting, traffic, its role as an estuary. Will this proposed expansion be the first of many? Will Little Neck be damaged and disturbed? Nantucket Marine is my neighbor, but so are many folks who are writing, hiring lawyers, and will soon be attending your hearings.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
That may be rude at all.
Okay.
But we sort of called this gentleman on to
Totally
repeat. We don't want to do
That's fine.
repeated.
No worries.
It's just
You can
we have a
submit
lot
that.
of people here want to.
Yep.
Totally understand.
And we'd actually, anything submitted is better because it's on record.
I will say
for us to read.
we have received this, and it is
Yeah.
part of the written record already, so.
Yeah, I don't mean to be rude. I
No,
just,
oh, no, not, I'm taking it all. I understand.
Can you identify where that property is on the map?
And I'd like to submit.
what was it? It was 24.
24 Tennessee, which I think is that dock there. Is it, or is it further down?
Okay, so.
Who's that owner?
Felix Charney. Felix Charney.
So, yeah.
Okay.
But Nantucket Marine does own that property.
Well, let's just
Okay,
get comments
let's
through and then we'll.
Keep it to the, please run it through me. Thank you.
So, listen, before I pull up what I was going to show, just to show you, I mean, my concern after spending so many years on this creek is I've never seen these wetlands under so much stress lately. It is really disconcerting, especially for my 7-year-old, who that I hope in the future will be able to enjoy it in the same way that I've been able to enjoy it. Alone right here, in front of our property, in all these different areas, and even where this, is shown where the dock is, which does not properly represent placement down this creek, and I'll tell you why from a navigability standpoint. This is massive erosion that just in the 6 years, and 6 to 7 years since my son has been born from all the boat traffic coming in, that's been coming in, and it's eroding at a horrendous rate. As well as there used to be a flourishing eelgrass in the creek, which has completely disappeared due to all the nitrates activity. I see tremendous amount of gas and oil when I walk all of this area that's up along in there. And I'm very concerned because this area across from us is snowy egrets. I mean, the man of hawks fishing this and living on this area, hunting is some of the most pristine land that I think is even left on this island, and there's very little of it left, I think, this way, in this state. So that's one aspect of it. The other is that this does not, from a navigability standpoint, and I've been on these waters for God knows how long, driving boats from 13-foot whalers to 35-foot boats off of my dock. This is a disaster waiting to happen. This does not. We had this drawn more to scale. I'd just like to also submit that this also does not show when the winds blow harder, the weight from the boats. The weight from the boats pulls the mooring further, as well as you've got another at least 2 to 3 feet of props from 200 to 250 foot boats that are lifted up and out. And when this is swinging, without these boats here, and there's boats coming down the creek, and I have to come back up that upside in my 23-foot center console, I literally have a foot on each side to be able to get by when this boat is blowing there. And furthermore, when it is blowing, I would submit that these boats are going to be careening into each other and hitting each other, as well as the proposal saying that it's going to prevent wake protection from erosion. Then all of that traffic is going to go down this side, and it's going to further accelerate all of the erosion on that side, and it's a significant problem. And I just think it's horrible to see that this piece of land get trashed by not only an eyesore, by something that's going to cause massive navigation issues along this area, because this does not depict that, to your point, whatsoever. Properly, and I know that firsthand. Every weekend I'm out on the water with my son. So I'd like that submission, and then I'd just like to, someone else will talk to that, to voice my opinion on behalf of my family and all the other fellow butters who did not receive notice. I have a family office with a specific mailbox that's supposed to receive these, and I never received anything on the last one. Had I gotten it, I would have done the same thing I've done here, which is flown here today to present to you, because I'm very, very concerned with excessive traffic and all the stress that's happening on the creek. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Well, Jeff, I have a question. Who would regulate boat traffic? I mean, I've never seen anything about boat traffic in our regs.
Boat traffic is something.
It might affect, bottom or the marsh, but not boat
Sure. So,
safety.
navigation is something that's typically run through the office of the harbor master, and that's the same for Nantucket Harbor. So, how the mooring field is gridded and things are laid out by the Corps of Engineers, but navigational channels and transit is something that's typically regulated through the harbor master's office, and they have the regulatory authority to set zones for anchorage and areas that are not appropriate for anchorage, and also where are navigational channels, and they're even the ones that set the the aids to navigation out that mark those channeled areas. So that's something that's regulated through their program.
So people talking about that are just kind of wasting their breath to us then, huh? In a way. I mean, if you don't have,
well, not if it represents a hazard.
Well, it may be a hazard, but if we don't have then a regulatory authority to regulate the hazard, it's like we've had people concerned about traffic, going up. I remember when we were doing the Nantucket sailing, had wanted to expand their operation out on the Pulpus Road. We can't regulate traffic. People were really concerned about traffic, but we're not the traffic cops.
This is a little different because I think the question of having a collision is germane, especially looking at this, if this is accurate. And that is within our purview.
Yeah, and if I can just clarify quickly on that point, though, I bring that up because of the traffic and how shallow it is on the edges, and you have all those boats going through there, the effect ultimately that it's going to have on the creek and the wetlands, let alone, I mean, you're ripping those poles in and out every year, putting them in different places. I have no idea what the impact is on the bottom of the creek, which is already in a horrific shape because of none of the natural eelgrasses grow there anymore. And during the summer, you have this horrific bizarre green toilet paper algae that has completely cannibalized the sides of the creek where all the crabs and fish, basically exist where I fish with my son, which I'm also extremely. So I bring, not only is it from a safety issue, but very much from an erosion and all the different issues I'll have with a prop wash from those boats.
I believe in the last application we had erosion data on the bank.
No, they had provided some information on the change on the edge of the bank, and then you would condition that yearly survey requiring.
It'd be good to get that information again. Maybe we could get that information from the last application for us to look at again.
This might be a question for Jeff. Are they studying like green crab damage in this area or just in the harbor?
At this point, I'm not aware of anyone that's done green crab work specific to Hither Creek.
Because that could be causing.
I would also say that we don't often know all of the studies that people are doing that are going on, but I'm not aware of one in the Hither Creek specifically.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name's Ian Bailey. I'm a land use attorney at Pierce Appleton in Boston, and I'm representing Mr. Bordas as well as his neighbor, David Billings, with respect to this. As you've heard, my client's basic objection here is that this creek is overcrowded, overstressed, and that any further stress or crowding on it is really going to break the camel's back. And I guess I'll start. And I have a couple of things that you have raised that I'd like to respond to. And I guess I'll go. Ernie made the comment about what authority do you have here? Well, under your local performance standards for land under the ocean, it says that there'll be no adverse effect on wildlife, fisheries, erosion control, shellfish beds, storm damage protection, flood control, recreation, and aquatic vegetation. So you clearly have authority to regulate waterborne recreation under your bylaw.
No, I think we know we have that regulation.
So
I think the question is more the regulation on who can allow what moorings and where.
And I'd probably
before
agree
us,
with you
before it
that
gets to
moorings,
us.
I mean, Jeff got into it.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and be really
that.
brief because there's a lot of people here. But if we start talking about waterfront property rights, we'll be here for 3 weeks.
Okay.
I've got my client supplied me with a little bit of material from the Nantucket Conservation Association newsletter from last summer. And it said the following: boating safety. This summer, the creek became the wild, wild west. Total disregard for the no-wake zones, illegal moorings, cleaning fish at the pier, and commercial boats tying up to the docks and floats for excessive amounts of time has become the norm. The harbor master acknowledged that staffing budgets have impacted a presence in Nantucket and has asked for support for increased staffing for 2019. So the point is, there's an existing problem. This would exacerbate the existing problem. I want to mention a couple of legal issues right up front. First of all, the application isn't signed, highly unusual. A little surprised DEP gave you a file number for an unsigned application. Probably relates to the ownership issue, but I'll just leave that where it is. You're also obligated under the wetlands regs. The applicant is obligated to apply for any other required approvals at the same time it submits a notice of intent. And we've heard that they had an MCD for the prior work, but to my knowledge, and my clients haven't received any notices, there hasn't been any application to the planning board yet. In my view, there clearly needs to be. Won't bore you, you don't have jurisdiction on zoning, won't get into it, other than to say that at minimum, the zoning bylaw provides that alteration of the non-conforming use, and because no new docks are allowed anywhere other than downtown, this is a non-conforming use. And that specifically, when it defines docks, says floats. So this plainly falls within that section of the zoning bylaw. It's 13922. Again, you could bore everybody and read it, but I won't. I'll be submitting all this in writing.
Thank you.
It says that any expansion of docks or piers requires a special permit from the planning board, and it further requires that the planning board make a finding that there's no actual lineal expansion. So I have very severe doubts about whether the planning board would grant a special permit for this. I also have really severe doubts about whether you as a board can grant an order of conditions that authorizes the movement of floating docks every year. You don't know where they are. One year are they going to be 15 feet away from the salt marsh? Next year are they going to be 25 feet? You know that? I haven't seen it before. Let's see. The NOI said that it incorporated all prior studies by reference. I know that's a practice a lot of places. I've done it myself, but in this case, this one's highly controversial. I encourage you to make those part of this record. When your packet went out, read it, it didn't have any of those prior studies. They aren't part of this record. They should be, so the public can view them, so that you can view them. I also want to remind the commission that you have the authority to review adverse cumulative effects. So, in fact, you have an obligation to address adverse cumulative effects. As you've heard, at least from some of the abutters, explained to them that the cumulative effects already very significant. I know that you weren't able to have a site visit because of the weather. I'd encourage you to do so. I was out there earlier today. The erosion is plainly obvious. The only place where it's not eroding is we've got little bands of mussels kind of tying together and holding on to the salt marsh. I was going to talk about what's already been talked about, which is, just how much room is there going to be, how far away the flow's going to be from the salt marsh. We've got a recommendation from DMF for 25 feet. You're obligated to make a finding that there'll be no adverse effect on the salt marsh. I'll remind the commission of a case a couple of years ago, which was Mary Jane McLean versus Town of Nantucket Conservation Commission for Oakville Investments. We were on the same side of the V in that case, and we lost. And we lost because that was a case having to do with a walkway that ended before salt marsh. And the judge found that there was no insufficient evidence to document that there'd be no adverse effect. So, you've got a very high bar here in terms of finding that there'll be no adverse effect on that salt marsh.
Do you happen to have a specific reference to that case?
There's your case. It's in the record.
It's in the record.
Yeah. Thank you.
The other thing, the mock-up, I mean, it's already been talked about, but that location was cherry picked with a very small boat. You've heard the vessels that are coming in here are significantly sized and are going to be much bigger than what's being shown there. And I'm actually going to stop there because I've got a lot to say, but I know you've got a big agenda and there are a lot of people. It's easiest to send it to you in writing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for keeping to the point. Appreciate it. Okay, other questions, please?
I'm Maureen Phillips. I live at 30.
Can you come to the microphone, please? Yeah. Well, I don't think there's another one.
I'm Maureen Phillips. I live at 30 Long Pond in Nantucket. Been there for almost 30 years. My concern here is, and I agree with what other people have said, Nantucket Marine has generally been a good neighbor. I'm a canoeist or kayakist. I'm not a motor person, but we come through the old ditch and come into Hither Creek that way, and it's really nice. So my concerns, and we bought our kayak from Nantucket Marine, so I think there's a sense that, you know, they've been a good business and all of that, but my concerns are, again, the issues about notice and all of that. We want people to be good, to be good neighbors, and that to me would mean, you know, letting the Residents Association know. I mean, like, so we're going to do this. What do you guys think? So we don't have to go through all this crap. But the other thing I am concerned about, and the attorney who just spoke mentioned it, is when I went through I was looking for, you know, updated scientific reports about the health of Hither Creek. We all know what's happened, the erosion in Nantucket, the house that, you know, the stilt house, all of that all flows into Hither Creek. And so I was like, oh, good, this will be something updated. Well, it refers way, way back, and the best I can tell, because I went on the Mass DEP website, when I put in the file number, it's so old that the documents aren't available online. And it looked to me like it could be as long as 10 years old. Now, I'm hoping I'm wrong. I'm hoping that they've done subsequent you know, analysis of what's going on with an official analysis. But again, we can't see it. I don't know what it is, and I tried every which way to get it. And so I think that's a huge hole that needs to be filled. I think we would all like to see what an expert opinion is about the effect of any additional traffic and mooring is in Hither Creek. I'm not saying I think it's going to be awful, but we don't have any evidence one way or another. So I really think it's not ready for a hearing myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff, do you have is there a site for current research and health of the harbor and inlets of Nantucket? Is there anything on the town website?
Yeah, the town website that just got relaunched is getting some of that area repackaged a little bit, but most of those reports are available either on the Natural Resources webpage, or if you go into the government drop down at the top, there's a water quality section that you can get that. Or if people email or call the office, we can get any of those regular reports to anyone by request if needed. So all of those things are available.
So just so I'm clear, there's reports that the applicant wasn't responsible for, but there are reports somewhere else that we can find that might be applicable to these docks, to these floating things.
Well, I think
I'm just not
most of the reports that exist relate specifically to water quality, and they're more of a
general
water chemistry report, and it's not necessarily reviewing uses and those kinds of things, kind of SRA reports and your basic TMDL compliance reports. Other reports that would kind of be germane to this specific application would probably be the eelgrass mapping of a couple years ago, and that stuff is available. Some of it's available as a GIS layer as well for people to see. And then other yearly reports that come out for this area are really primarily focused on water quality. There aren't a lot of use reports or updates, or I would say if there was usage data or mooring permits issued, I'm sure that again the harbor master could provide the number of permits that are issued for Hither Creek and the number of times that they did any work in that area. But that's something that's not, I wouldn't say that's a published report.
Okay, so I guess that
there
just confirms the fact that unless one is prepared to crawl through all those websites, we don't know what's happening to the are there bathymetric reports, what else is going on. So I think it's really premature to make a decision at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Just a comment about notification. From my understanding is like when I've applied to the Conservation Commission, I go down with my map and parcel number to the town building, and they generate a list of abutters that I have to notify. I don't have to notify everybody that's within the neighborhood or anything like that. Then I'm required to put a notice in the newspaper and maybe one other place I can't recall, but everybody on Hither Creek isn't going to get a notice because everybody on Hither Creek's not an abutter to this project. So if you didn't get noticed, that's probably why. And I understand this is more of a community issue down here. I understand your concern, but the legality is not everybody is required to get a notice through the mail.
So I actually can expand on that and not to belabor the point. So the way a butter notification works under both the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act and our local code is typically for land-based projects, anything within 100 feet of the property lines of that project. If your property gets caught by an inch, you get flagged by the assessor and you get your certified assessor's list for there. For water-based projects, it's only based on 100 feet from the project area itself. So a recent example of that, and sorry, Cormac, that you're sitting here, is the eelgrass transplant project that the Land Council did. Their project area out in the middle of the harbor, when you drew a 100-foot circle from one of the transplant sites, didn't intersect any land owned by a private individual. So there was, for that portion of the project, no notice required other than the newspaper, which is still required notice. So there is a system in place because I think they understand that there are water-based projects that come up, but that's how they determine those those assessor lists are based upon those rules. And I have full confidence that they certify those and they move through them. And I feel that our assessors do a pretty good job in giving people the lists that are legally required.
What about Mr. Bailey's comment that the application has not been signed by the property owner? Is that the case, or? So
that's an interesting one in this case. So the property owner of the abutting land has signed as the applicant, as this case of the land that directly abuts the project. The water sheet itself, ownership of that again is something where the Commonwealth and the town have jurisdictional control, and for projects of this nature or other projects, that's something where at least past practice of this commission has included. I mean, that's why you go through the application process with the local regulatory authorities and all of the state required regulatory authorities, because by moving through that process, you're gaining permissions from essentially the jurisdictional holders on those areas, permission to do those projects. So we've seen that before, and that's typically how it's been done. We've done it like this for other projects for this specific landowner. We've done it for projects for other private landowners in Nantucket Harbor and other areas. Our aquaculture leases, some of them have had orders of conditions before that are very similar in nature to that as well. But that's it.
May I address that as well?
Sure.
I just want to point out the application is signed by Chris Shannon. He's the agent for Nantucket Marine, Hither Creek Boatyard.
Microphone.
Can you say your name?
The application is signed by Chris Shannon, signature of applicant. It says signature of property owner in parentheses, if different. It isn't different.
Gotcha.
He's the agent of Hither Creek Boatyard, DBA Nantucket Marine, and they are the property owner of the land adjacent to where we're, I mean, they obviously don't own the water, but they're the owner of the property adjacent all this land.
Great.
Sarah, we all recognize your voice, but could you identify
Sarah.
yourself?
Sorry for the applicant. Sorry about that. I also just wanted to say, in terms of containing this project, if I know you're concerned about the idea that things won't go back in exactly the same location. We certainly have the technology to do that if that's an issue. We can also identify an area beyond which they won't go. For example, if you wanted to draw a line anywhere, you know, in here and say nothing that side, I'm horrible with directions, but west, I guess. Right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
No,
Yeah.
arrow.
That way.
You're right.
It is west, right?
Yeah, I think so.
That's certainly something that we could do. So there are ways to contain it, and there are ways to define it if that's a concern.
Just to elaborate on that again, and then I apologize for talking so much, is we have had other applications, not necessarily floats on the water, but other applications where seasonal activities have been permitted to be flexible based upon data provided to the commission that talks about why that's going on. Sometimes we do it through a minor mod, but we've said it before where for seasonally installed, you see it the most. We've actually done it recently for beach stairs. Is a seasonal install of beach stairs was flexible based upon the condition of vegetation and the location of the bank, based upon surveys provided to you guys on an annual basis to make the best decision on where the best placement is for that activity specific to that year. So it is something that, well, more work for you guys to do. It's something that certainly is possible and within your ability to condition, obviously a monitoring component and then kind of an establishment of a location based upon parameters that are set in advance through the order of conditions to do. We see it a lot with coastal erosion projects too, where delivery points are sometimes flexible or access points are flexible for that very purpose, to have as minimal impact as possible. And I think that's definitely within your scope to obviously try to minimize any impacts that could potentially arise and have an interactive permit to make sure that that's happening.
Very good. Cool. Okay. Thanks, Sarah. Okay. Other questions? This guy's aching here.
Possible to have a podium over here.
I don't know if we have one.
Maybe a
that
chair.
One, yours.
What about that easel right there?
Sorry.
No, easel.
No.
He wants to put his stuff.
You get as old as I am.
But you can use the table as well.
Yeah, you can
see
see.
it.
I don't think we have a
Podium, no, we don't have a podium.
You have a table.
Thank you. I'm David.
That's okay. The microphones are not always so sensitive.
I'm David Billings, and I've been coming to Nantucket for about 35 years now, on and off. About 10 years ago, I moved up here full-time and have been here ever since. I'm married to Beverly Hall, who is here, but, oh, it's over here, sorry. I told you I couldn't see. And she has just recently had a knee replacement surgery, so has trouble walking around, so I'm here to talk tonight, which in our family is an unusual circumstance. But I'm delighted to be here tonight. I've been here for listening to the entire thing, and I also have read a number of your minutes from prior things. And I'll try to be very brief. I think what you do is quite extraordinary, and I think we all benefit by it. It's a Herculean task. It's a tireless thing, and I hope you never get tired of it. And I want to thank you for it. I had several things that I wanted to talk about in the course of the discussion. I decided to eliminate 3 of them, so I'm just going to hit on a couple of pieces. The first thing I'd like to mention is a reference to a minutes of a meeting that took place here on December 14th. 2016, relating to the first application or the first proposal. Board member Golding asked the following: asked if there were any plans to extend in the future. Mr. Santos, I think, responded no. This is obviously disingenuous with the passage of time. He went on to say that limitations restrict the parking, tight tank usage. There are also shellfish in a specific area in the basin. Well, I would suggest to you there were parking issues 2 years ago, tight tank issues 2 years ago, and shellfish in the basin then. They're there today. These problems exist. They haven't been taken care of. They haven't been updated. Ms. Moulton, I hope that's right. I don't know.
Moulton. She's not here.
Okay, well, she then asked, at this point, the biggest concern is the amount of time that has passed since the original studies. The shellfish study is 8 years old. This is 2 years ago. It is now 10 years old. The lady who spoke just prior to me indicated the same thing. All of these studies are woefully outdated, in my view. And then the last comment I'd like to make was a rather charming piece of honesty in my mind was when Board Member Golding said he feels that this was an oversight in 2008 not to include monitoring of the existing slips and would like to add that to the amended order. Of course, that order disappeared. But I think it's important that these problems that you had then, or these questions that you had then, none of those have been resolved. So by reference, I think you should be considering them. The next thing I'd like to discuss is the size of this project. There's been a lot of discussion about it, and it's been reported widely that this is reduced. It's a little bit difficult for me to understand how, even if you use the basic number of slips, which was 11 in the withdrawn proposal, and you have 11 docks now, what's the reduction? 11 to 11, that's not a reduction, but that's not accurate. The same way, when you're comparing two one-bedroom houses, that's not accurate. If that one house is a 1,500 square foot house, and the other one-bedroom house is an 8,000 square foot house, they're both one bedroom, but that's not an accurate way. The way to discuss or to compare these two, the first to the same, is that the first one, and I have these if you would, there's one for everybody, right? So I have a larger one here, if anyone would like to see it. The first proposal covers a period that covers a space of property. These are identical scale-wise. Covers a piece, is a structure 211 feet long. Move away from that. In the lower right-hand corner. Did I give you the wrong one? We don't have. Yes, I did. Sorry, that's the next copy.
Just as long as I get a copy when we're all
Yeah,
said and done.
I'm sorry, I gave up the wrong
That's okay.
one. Gee,
So you need
you stole my thunder. That was the next thing.
There's two. I may be good already.
So total length of dock, 211.
The total length of dock in the first proposal, which was withdrawn, was 211 feet. This proposal,
I need one copy of B,
same,
one copy of
exact
C.
same scale, is 543 feet from the first to the last. 543 feet. It was reported in the paper that I said that this was a doubling. Well, I'm here to tell you that I was wrong. It's not a doubling. It's 2.5 times as large. And this is the scale of thing, the way you should look at this thing. The linear size of this structure, it's humongous. When you put on it these boats, you end up with this, essentially this wall of boats, one after another, that run 543 feet down this very fragile channel. The navigational issues have already been spoken to, so I'm not going to go into that. It will completely destroy the ability to look across Hither Creek and enjoy the wetlands, the beauty, the bird life that goes on there. That was spoken to by someone else earlier tonight. And that will be gone. This will be a string of boats. They're 25, 30 feet long, these boats. They sit out of little big power boats. They also have very big engines. Some of them have 2 to 3 engines on the back. It's going to cause huge disruption to the waters. And that brings me to the next point. And I guess I already handed it out to you, so still in my thunder. This next illustration shows a line of 15 feet from the bank. Every single one of these boats, prop, will be within those 15 feet. Now, if I understood Mr. Santos earlier, and I may be wrong on this, he said that the DEP or the DEM or whatever the initials were, said that that now had to be 25 feet. Well, it's within the 15 feet.
Recommendation, they recommended 25 feet.
Well, is it a recommendation or is it?
Oh, we're gonna find out.
We can condition that.
Yeah, we're gonna find out.
Okay.
That's already
All right. Well, on that subject, I'd like to quote a very elegant person who's sitting here, Jeff Carlson.
Oh, no.
The creek, I'm going to try and read this without problem. The creek is protected by State Wildlife Protection Act, which calls for, among other things, a 15-foot minimum distance between the boat propellers and the edge of the salt marsh, as well as a 100-foot buffer zone from the edge of the marsh, Carlson said. According to the Wetlands Protection Act, the latter is strictly regulated by the state and requires permitting from the local conservation commission, what we're here for. It goes on to say that the application to the Conservation Committee, the surveyors have mentioned that historically the harbor master and other boats have docked within 3 to 6 feet of the marshes. I'd like to point out that this is the harbor master's boat. It is parked practically in the salt marsh. It was there 2 hours ago when I left my house. The boat directly in front of it, I don't know who owns it. It says Nantucket Marine on it, but I don't know who owns it. This is in violation, seems to me, in a clear fashion. Also, it's an admission that they're in non-compliance, as it is. It's difficult for me to understand how this can advance under any basis. Each one of these boats, it's a motorboats, and you'll see when we have corrected the scale, these are not just any motorboats. Some of these have, as I said, 2 or 3 engines. They are extremely powerful. They are going to churn up this Hither Creek. It's going to be the equivalent of throwing 15 Waring blenders into a bathtub. It's going to have that kind of an effect on the wash within this body of water. It's very small, very narrow, very shallow. The idea that these docks are going to qualify, it shows right here the depth on these topographical. They don't qualify for these 3 to 5 feet. It's not there. These are your plans. It doesn't. Last subject, or second to last subject, we have this year. Something that's been brought up, something called NIMBY. It's a name I hadn't heard of before this. I would have thought it was sort of a SpongeBob toy or something, but I don't know much about toys. I've been called a lot worse, so but this is not my issue. It is, in fact, in Beverly's, in my backyard, but it's in everyone else's backyard on Hither Creek. It also affects people throughout Nantucket and Nantucket. Read the letters. Excuse me. I respectfully ask you to read the letters. You'll get letters from people who say they walk down here, they see their bird, they see all kinds of things. We have I believe it's called a paper street, runs right by our house. It's called K Street. It has on it a marker, but this doesn't have to describe it, about 5 feet tall. It's granite, and it says public access. It was installed by the town, and it allows people to walk right down to the bank, to launch their kayaks, to, I don't know, the lady who spoke about having a canoe, to take their canoes down there. We actually, my wife actually does it, takes the poison ivy off this sign all the time. We actually have mowed this path to keep this access open. This plan moving forward will restrict public benefit. There's no benefit to the public by this addition. There may be an economic benefit, but it's restricting the public's access. If you look on Nantucket Marine's website, frequently asked questions. First one, where can I park? Park where customer parking. We were out there today, packed.
I think we're getting a little off track here.
Okay.
To be honest
Well,
with
do
you.
you mind if I run
Be
through?
brief, please.
I'll be very brief. I'm going to go right to the last one.
Great.
Can I dock my boat at Nantucket Marine for 1 hour? No. The only thing you can do at Nantucket Marine is go in, get gas, and get out. That is not a public benefit. You are further limiting this. This is not a project that I wanted to oppose. I'm not a boater, but I like Nantucket Marine being there. I've always enjoyed, I love watching the boats come in and out. The near misses that happened currently are exciting. Bill Grieger spoke about the wild west. I mean, it's extraordinary. You put these more boats in here, I'm not sure you're going to have near misses. You're not going to have anything going on. It's going to be gridlock. But you are going to have serious damage from it. If you describe one's life as a yardstick, I'm at the end of mine. I may have an inch or two more to make. I'm sure that makes a lot of people happy, but it's not my intention to use that remaining inch to argue about something. It's never my intention. I didn't like to argue. I had more time. But this is so important to me. And I think it's so important to an awful lot of people. They're reflected in the letters that I feel I have to stand for them. I know, and I'm going to finish now. I have a friend of mine. He's 8 years old, and he loves this area here. He's probably like your children, boys and girls. I mean, they're so inquisitive. Their eyes get like saucers when you show them birds or all these things. This will be destroyed forever. His name is Pablo. He's a cute kid. But this isn't even for Pablo. Make no mistake about it. It's certainly not for me. And I suggest it's not for you. And it's not for Pablo. It's for all the future generations. We are just custodians. I know you're looking.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. 16 words. Is that all right? Can I read that?
Sure.
Don't count these. I think it's 16.
No stress.
No person shall remove, alter any bank, fish water, coastal waterways, beach, dunes, flat marsh, meadow, swamp, bordering any resource area. I know you immediately know where that came from. It's from the Conservation Committee website. It's your mission statement. I believe it's your mission statement. It's listed on the front page. For this reason, for all of the people who have responded, that the fragile nature of this just cannot accommodate this cumulative attack, one thing after another. And this isn't a minor issue. This is so far, as an expression about the straw that breaks the camel's back. This is way beyond straw. I beg you to turn this down for them, not for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a large.
I appreciate it. Keeping
Do you
the
want
rubber
these?
band on there. No, it's fine.
Do you want to make a copy?
Yes, I'll get a big copy from.
There you go.
Can I just have one of B and one of C? That works. I'll take 2 of each if that's what comes out. Then you can keep the rest. Yep, we'll make sure they get onto the website and part of the record.
Something I would like to see is the study that looks at bottom impacts on boats that are obeying a no wake zone.
Right.
And see how much prop wash, I was more concerned about boats getting started when they need a little more power to get out of the dock, or something like that. But I'm not a boater. I have no idea if they stir up the bottom a lot, or if it probably depends on how close to the bottom the prop is. And
Yeah, I'm sure there's
if it
studies
was
on
up
that.
for me, I would just get rid of all the boats that had motors and leave it at that. But I guess I can't do that.
Well, I think it might be appealed, let's put it that way.
Yeah,
Okay.
it probably would be.
Okay. More comments, please?
Hi, Mark Palmer. I live on Nantucket Road. I'm not in the butter. I'm right across from F Street, though.
Yeah.
So I watch people walk down F Street with their paddle boards. They're renting an Airbnb, let's say, and they go swimming in Hither Creek. And there's no sign that says no swimming. Okay, and I go paddleboarding on Hither Creek if I don't see an oil slick. And I guess what I'm asking is for additional information. So A, how many boats currently go up and down in July and August on your average day, Hither Creek? B, how many more boats would be added by these 11 docks? C, is there any objective standard that says for a creek this diameter, this size, here's how many boats can, the maximum number of boats that we can have going up and down every day. And if we're already beyond that level, should we have a sign that says, no swimming, no paddleboarding? How are we going to resolve that conflict between the recreational use of Hither Creek and this additional boat traffic? So I'd just like to see some objective standards brought in if they exist. And like to know how many boats we're talking about are currently in July and August per day, and how much we're going to increase that. I think Nantucket Marine is a good neighbor. I love the oyster project. I like what they're doing on the positive side. So anyway, that's my input. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Other questions?
Call me crazy, but if I want to see a boat, I go to a harbor. I figure that's where I'll see one or more.
Well,
I understand the point, but
yeah.
You can trailer a boat and put it in there too, can't you? I don't
there's a
know how we're ever going to, it's a very popular activity.
Yep. It is interesting. We'd be curious to know the traffic in that harbor, although I don't know if these boats, if the gas dock, I don't know.
Yeah,
That's not, there's too many
keep in
variables.
mind, I think the difficulty
Yeah.
with putting a finger on that number is, you have a launch at Jackson's Point, and then
Yeah.
the more popular launch is just down the
Right.
way.
There's too much.
On the creek itself,
Right.
on F Street there, that there's
Exactly.
a lot of boat traffic. Just
Exactly. It's
Scholar
just always
Course
gonna
alone
be there
today,
no matter
probably,
what.
3 or 4 guys
Yeah.
probably put in there. So it's a busy place.
Yeah.
For sure.
Okay.
Something to say.
Please.
My
State your name.
name's Larry McCain. I live out in Nantucket, not on the creek, but pretty close to it. I'd just like to say briefly, I think it would be a pity to lose such a pristine view to a sprawl. That's the beginning and the end of my statement.
Oh, appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I think that's a good point. The scenic
Yeah.
views question may come into play here.
It may views, scenic views.
Yeah. And I already touched on the sprawl aspect.
Yeah.
What's it? It did allow them to put one in, so we want to go see what it physically looks like. There's something to actually view. So
Yeah.
we can set it up as part of our next regular viewing, or you guys can go out in between, or we can set up a time whenever you guys find it that you guys would like to go.
Yeah, I definitely like to do a viewing. I've been out there for a while. But, go ahead, please.
I just want to make a suggestion.
Come up to the microphone, please, because it really doesn't pick up and we're, yeah.
My name is Ron James. I'm a resident of
Thank you.
Nantucket. I think it would be a good idea, if you're not a boater, that all of you would make arrangements some way to go down the creek. I can't speak for Nantucket Marine, but they probably would figure out some way, or this gentleman
I think you said you have 2 or 3 boats, right?
Yes.
I mean,
Well, we can-
Yeah.
I think to see the creek, to go out and to come back, is something it's very special to me. And I think if you've not done it, and if you're not a boater, I think it gives you a much better perspective of exactly what the issue is. That's all. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We have boats as well.
So we'll schedule a viewing. We're not closing tonight on this, obviously.
You have to talk to the applicant again.
Hmm?
You have to talk to the applicant again.
Oh,
Paul's just hanging out in the corner.
No, I would defer to Sarah, but I suspect
No, I
we're-
think we'll
We'll continue.
provide additional information.
Yeah, I think we have other, I personally like to sort of go through this a little bit more. Get a decision on tonight. But we'll schedule.
Any more comments?
I was about to say, are there any more comments from the public?
Well, I just would ask that, and I know Dan's gonna do but as long as it's in the Friday before, if we just have time to respond rather than,
Yeah, go ahead.
you know,
And that's why I didn't send one in, because I really didn't, I got engaged last week, I didn't have time, and, I know what the rules are, so.
Yeah. So keep in mind, everyone, that our next meeting is not until Wednesday the 28th, which makes the Friday before the day after Thanksgiving. We will have someone in work that day, I'm sure, so if he gets in that day. But I would highly recommend maybe shooting to get it in the Wednesday before the holiday, so you have the holiday free and clear to enjoy yourself and not be worrying about getting back on a Friday to get something into the Nantucket Conservation Commission.
Next meeting is 28th.
Correct. It is 3 weeks because I didn't figure anyone wanted to meet that day. We do prefer if you can send it in, because we do try to get everything up on the website as quickly as possible. If you can send an email with it and send your comments as an attachment, whether it's a doc or a PDF, that is the quickest way to get information to everybody, and then follow up with a hard copy is great. But email is super helpful, and please email it to myself, Joanne in our office, which is our website has our email addresses. Can't remember those, just concom@nantucket-ma.gov, and we'll get it there too. So we encourage everyone, and I will say already, this is probably the application that has the most public comments that I've ever seen for filing that's new. I know we've been trying to send instructions back to everyone once we get it. I know Mr. Bailey is intimately familiar with our procedures and sending comments in, because he has done it many times successfully. So I'm sure that we can get everything on time.
So would you like to request a continuation?
yes, please.
Very good, okay, so we'll continue to the 28th.
No, we're going to continue hearing things.
Oh, I was hoping they would have dropped and said no.
So what to say, they
We'll
would go.
wait 3 weeks.
All right, I would ask, we do have another like 16 notices of intent or something
Yeah, I know.
ridiculous. If you could please take your conversations out into the hall, we would really appreciate it, because it's hard to do these while people are talking.
Welcome back, Joe.
I should have put him to work doing.
We thought you went out and got some.
Yeah, we should have told you, jeez.
Yeah, Joe, thanks for going to get us some snacks.
Well, the problem is, once you bring something, I gotta bring for everyone, right?
No, this isn't school, man.
Okay.
Oh, that's where we will, all right.
Well, I'm off. I know, I have to go.
Let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Okay. Okay, everybody, let's have something a little different here.
Yeah, I have to leave, so, sorry.
Exhausted. That's your bedtime. Big Grandpa.
Hi. You can see, you can tell.
That's right, but they got the Coast Guard coming up and the bluff. Have fun. No problem. Okay, so Gun 3R 5711 East Tristram's Ave.
For the applicant, our guest
And
bar
Captain Pond.
I am before you tonight with a notice of intent.
One second. Can we please go outside? It's very distracting for conversations to be going on in here. Thank you.
start over. Art Gasparo, Nantucket Engineering, before you tonight for first public hearing for a notice of intent application for a series of properties owned and controlled by the Gund family up on the North Shore. I'm sure you're all familiar. We've been in front of you the last few years for various permitting activities on these properties. The proposal tonight is for coastal stabilization along the series of properties, and shown in red on the plans before you are essentially the series of fiber roll fiber roll array. This is in the same configuration as you've been familiar with. That's been approved in the last couple of years. And you may recall that the stone revetment was repaired a few years ago, and we were issued a certificate of compliance for that work. We also had approval for, at the western end of the stone revetment, sand-filled coir tubes. Those have been repaired a couple of times and are really not holding up. They're being, deflated significantly, and we would like to, what we believe is, improve the stabilization and go to another, alternative that still is not considered a CES, and we would maintain sand cover, nourishment, reporting, all of the same conditions that have been imposed on the other projects. Above the revetment, we have there's been erosion and overtopping. You may recall, I think we had some discussion back when the permitting of the repair of the revetment about increasing the height of that, and that wasn't necessarily well received, and we didn't proceed with that. We maintained the same height. So this is an effort to put some stabilization in along there, because we are getting, because it is a sloped revetment, so we get, run up there, and we saw a lot of it in the storms last winter. That would only be 4 rolls, and those rolls wouldn't actually be the reinforced lifts. Those would just be anchored rolls, because again, at that higher elevation and with the lower part already stabilized, we're not worried about that sluicing out of sand. We would maintain the same conditions of sand cover over and vegetation, and help us. Right now, that vegetation is slumping and falling down on top of the sort of a plateaued area, which you probably see in some of the photos that I submitted. We've created several access points for the project, and so on the eastern end, which is the same point of access as before, there's essentially an old sand road that we can get down there for a haul road. At low tide, we can get around the bulkhead with the machinery. We're also proposing in the very middle of the project another access. At the very west end of the project, on the land of Huckleberry Friend Trust, you'll see I have a note that says proposed by others. I am intending to file that application this week. I just wasn't able to complete it at the same time. So that will be coming, and there'll be another access point to the top of the bank from the Huckleberry Friend Trust property. So essentially, we do have what we see as a gap project between the 2 existing stone revetments. The sand drift fence is in very good shape. We would like to keep the fence in this application. I think that it's a little bit different than some of the other ones, and we would maintain a gap between the fence and the bottom of the rolls. So we're not going to put the bottom roll to make it integral. We just see it as a fence that helps us to capture windblown sand, and not necessarily act in any way as a CES. It's not going to be posts against the fiber rolls, and it just seems to me it's something that's held up and is in good shape I hate to see them remove it. I think that it, you know, limits any activity that might go up onto that bank. It still allows the full movement of sand and hopefully helps to capture windblown sand, but they would remain two distinct structures so that I think you could avoid your finding of a CES. That's, you know, that's, we can, you know, I'm just,
go ahead.
I'm getting your feedback, but I'm letting you know that, I mean, it's a, you know, if you see it, it's a good fence, and it seems to me that, you know, I don't think that we need it. You know, I think that we can remove it. I don't think that it's adding that level of protection. I think that it was installed at a significant investment and would have, you know, hopefully help capture some of the sand. But I'm open to your feedback, and did start off the application with that proposal that by keeping, you know, not having it right up against it, to have a discussion with you if you would feel that made it different than a CES. And clearly some may not, but that was where I did leave that. And really with that, we would, you know, like I said at the beginning, all the same conditions, the monitoring. My client, Mr. Gund, is, you know, I've provided you the reports, as you know, through all of these projects and monitoring, and he's fully supportive of, you know, me, and he has a caretaker, full-time caretaker, who's extremely diligent about all of the coastal matters. Happy to try to take questions or concerns that you might have.
Where's mean high water?
So mean high water is this line right here. This
water line
this water
is
line.
High water.
In this case, it is, so. I might have spoke too fast on that. Let me add that.
That's about right.
You're right. No, I mean, I think that it is, but I think I should double check that for you. For, you know, we don't have a file number, so we will be continuing. So I can provide you any additional information.
And this is totally a gap property in here, or is it just not pre-78?
So this is a match line like this, right? And I was trying to, and so what I call a gap is essentially because it's between the two stone revetments, and perhaps the aerial help, but there's several properties. They're under different legal ownership, but they are essentially controlled by the same family. So the gap, really, there's one house here, but we're not making any kind of a case for pre-78, or, you know, we're not asking for a CES.
I'm just trying to.
Right, but we essentially are between two very large, significant stone revetments.
I remember, I think
there are.
Maybe you came in to repair this. That's when the drift fence went in, and we talked about the protection that could happen.
That's right, and we tried going with just the drift fence and putting in, you know, $100,000 worth of sand, and you know, it didn't stabilize the bank. So what we're trying to do is to get the vegetation to grow up on the bank, not dissimilar to, you know, the other projects. We also hope that this would reduce our maintenance activity coming back at the ends of each of the revetments, and same with on the east side where there's 50 feet proposed.
If you read it on my face, I see this as a coastal engineering structure with the assemblage of materials.
I agree.
I think we're all
we shouldn't let that go.
Yeah.
I agree as well.
Okay.
So is this is a planted? These are planted rolls with.
Yeah, the upper rolls would be planted. The lower wouldn't. The bank above the rolls would all be planted, and then the very lower part would be the sacrificial nourishment, you know, which is usually about, you know, 6 or 8 feet off of the beach where we wouldn't actually plant that area.
Questions? Any questions from the public? Seeing none. Okay, so you'd like to continue?
I would like to continue, and I heard your feedback, and I will
Yeah.
provide you some revised plans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we will continue for 2 weeks. 3 weeks. I keep saying 2 weeks. 28th. Okay. KeyBank National Association, 14 Washington Pond.
All right, this really is a different plan.
Just flip it upside down. Do they need fencing?
So, once again, Art Gasparo and Nantucket Engineering for the applicant. Very similar coastal stabilization, except in this case, this property is immediately adjacent to the neighbor has a vertical bulkhead along with a we labeled it revetment on the plan, but it's essentially stone gabions encased in
wire.
Yeah, chain fence, right. And so we would tie into that revetment. We would we have shown again the resource area being coastal bank and coastal beach. We would come in from the driveway down to the site. We'd add sand at the lowest part, build a ramp there to get down and off the beach. Not dissimilar to some of the other projects that we've done on this shoreline. This way we're not traversing up and down the beach. All of our access is on site, which I think is a benefit. And we would propose the same assemblage of materials, essentially the high density rolls and the low density rolls. One of the things that we would have asked for approval on the upper lifts to, the upper rolls to have the same lifts. We have found on a couple of the projects that when you get up that high, it may or may not include the actual lift behind it, which would include on an as-built, but we see that as a lesser than what you would approve, and subject to all the same conditions of nourishment and monitoring, and I think that's about it.
In this place, this snow fence you're removing.
Yeah, so we call it was labeled, I noticed that after I visited again. Yeah, snow fence. It's actually old dune guard posts. Everything would be removed from the beach. When I say this would be a complete cleanup of, there's 4x4 posts, and there's those old, when I say old, it certainly goes back to the previous administrator, where they had the composite posts, and there was concern with the dune guard and those. So but it's going to take machinery to get those out. So, this gives us, we would, have an excavator down there to wrap a chain on them and pull them out.
Yeah. I'd say dune guard was the rage from 2003 to 2007, 2008. And then they
still there.
Wow, that's amazing. Because it sort of fell apart, didn't it?
Well, I saw today, I was out there, and there's still some remnants of the actual, plastic fencing. But the not much, just a little. Like I saw one little spot, it kind of flashed back a little bit. But the posts need to be removed, and that label where we post, shouldn't have been snow fence. But essentially, then there also was a series of 4x4 posts. But this will, the intention of this project is to clean the beach of all debris, get everything back to the bank, get it, so that the bank is stable, vegetated, and the beach is clear of all materials.
Okay.
I'm working with the Wilkinson team on this, who are also here. Other additional questions or
Okay. Any questions? Concerns? Questions from the public? Okay. Seeing not, we have everything we need on this, Jack?
Let me just double check.
This wasn't natural.
This isn't natural heritage.
No, right?
No, you checked yes.
Oh.
So we're waiting for natural heritage.
Okay.
Sorry. I was pretty sure that was the case.
I keep track of several
jobs.
So that's what my continuance for 2 weeks, please.
2-3 weeks. Yep. Great. So we'll continue till.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
28.
Don, do you want to do these two together?
Excellent.
Yeah.
No, I would love it. 2 Morgan Square LLC, 2 Morgan Square, Lot A and B.
They're kind of identical projects that touch.
Yeah,
so
they look very similar. Look like the same plan.
Let's group up all
Again, Don cut and pasted the whole thing.
Almost. Don Bracken, Bracken Engineering. Right off the bat, we have not heard back from Natural Heritage, so
Excellent.
we don't have to spend too much time on it unless you want to. But you probably recall both these lots. Well, actually, an RDA was filed back in July that defined the coastal bank (BVW) on the property. Coastal bank is related to the flood zone, which is also on the property. This was a 2-acre lot. We've recently divided it into 2 1-acre lots, A and B. A is first on the agenda. A has an existing house and garage that will be removed. Those are existing, they're outside the 100-foot buffer. Under the new plan, will be a new house, garage, proposed pool, patio, all structures outside the 50-foot buffer. There will be some clearing between the 25 and 50-foot buffer. That represents 28.3%. The lot slopes from east to west toward the pond, as you would expect. Lot B, very similar setup. Obviously, this is now a vacant lot, so new house, pool, garage. The house is completely outside the 100-foot buffer. The garage is within the 100-foot buffer, along with the pool and patio area. Again, no structures within the 50-foot buffer. And in this case, there's a 16.5% clearing between the 25-foot buffer and 50-foot buffer. We are going to put a sewer system to serve both properties, so there won't be any septic systems. They likely would have been outside the 100-foot buffer anyway. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Just to clarify, because he said it when he came up, this property is not located within mapped habitat area.
It's in priority.
So
it is, yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Is it?
Okay.
So you're filling in a gravel driveway here and revegetating
Yeah,
Morgan Square?
Correct. The driveway is going to be relocated on Lot A.
Is there any grading on these, or is this just the natural elevations?
There is some grading because it does slope from Morgan Square east to west toward the pond. Toward the road, it's about elevation 19, and the pond is around elevation 6. So between the proposed pool area and patio area, there will be a slope on both lots. A total of, looks like 1, 2, 3, a 4-foot grade change between the back of the patio area to the bottom of the slope, heading toward the resource areas. Those are 1-foot contours on the plan, so it's not as drastic as it might look.
I appreciate that you didn't shove the pool and patio right up to the 50 like we normally see.
Yeah.
Fortunately, we had some room to work with on these lots.
Most people do. Yeah, okay. Okay. So you got a pool fence now. Okay, so it's not as drastic as you said it.
No, it
slope
doesn't.
on the
Right.
runoff.
Like on Lot B, it looks like there's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, total of 6 feet on Lot B. Little more on Lot B.
So about 20 feet.
Mm-hmm.
What is the natural vegetation going down towards the pond?
I can't say for sure. I mean, it's wooded and brush. I can get that information at the next meeting for you. I didn't walk down there myself. But.
So it wasn't like lawn or anything that pre-existing?
David knows.
No, you can see this.
Yeah.
I've highlighted the existing wood area. David's going to help me out.
I did the delineation. David knows. This area is mostly shrubs and trees. There's actually spoil. They dug the pond out, and there's actually
Is the mound right here?
Oh yeah, there's a mound right there.
Okay. On Lot
It's
A.
pretty dense vegetation, and there's a low area, and then it comes back up a little bit.
So a bit of a trap for runoff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Good.
gradual.
It
Once,
doesn't-
yeah.
It's not going right.
Good.
Thank you.
I think it's the same thing.
Thank you, David.
Other questions? Concerns? Any questions or concerns from the public on this one? Okay.
Yep.
Please, Cormac.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Cormac Carr, the Nantucket Lane Council, filling in for Emily today. Through you, if I could, to Mr. Bracken, it probably would sort of frame my questions. So if I could just answer one, get a first question. These are two separate lots that have been created by the planning board?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, and the plan's recorded at the registry.
Great, okay. So, I'm gonna get up on my soapbox and then I'm gonna be very relevant to the regulations. But first, my soapbox. My soapbox is that this was, the zoning was changed on this lot 3 years ago. From 2 acre to 1 acre. It was one of those ones that got changed in the Surfside area and sneaked in through a special town meeting. I think the Conservation Commission, when faced with rezoning on areas that contain sites that are within your jurisdiction, you certainly have the ability and should be reviewing that warrant. You would be faced with a 1 lot before you right now instead of 2. Certainly more impacts from 2 houses, 2 lots than 1. So in the future, I really would encourage you through staff to be looking at that warrant. And we'll assist you as much as we can to point it out, but this is one where the Concom could have made a difference, maybe, at the time going forward. Certainly there's a new vibe in the community where there's lots of concerns about development, particularly development like this from 1 Morgan Square, which is one of the real estate investment trusts that is now invading the island. And this, as you can see, is a cookie cutter 2 lot, almost exactly the same spec development, of no use or benefit to us, to the island whatsoever. Also, I don't know how this happened in terms of the RDA, but you guys had completely left out pond as a resource area. So I think this actually has to be re-noticed and go back from the beginning. New information is being brought to your light, even though that there's a 3-year for the old RDA. Obviously, it's a pond. It's an inland pond. It's 3.03 under your jurisdiction. So I think you guys got to step back. The regs and protected interests are essentially the same. There's a couple different things between bordering vegetated wetlands, and ponds, but since there it is clearly Weeder Pond, you're going to have to do that. So that's that. And then finally, I want to make a statement about Mass Heritage. The Board of Selectmen just voted 5-0 to appeal a determination letter by Mass Heritage on the Surfside Crossing property in the Surfside. This is pretty significant, but is an indicative of how bad Mass Heritage is nowadays. And I freely admit that when I was doing this for Emily, I would step back and just say, Mass Heritage. But there's clearly a section in our regs, in our bylaw, that it's incumbent upon you and it's your responsibility for the protection of the rare species in this habitat. And I think we all, staff, you and myself and Emily, have to do a better job now to not just rely on Mass Heritage, because they're not doing their job. And that's a pretty significant statement coming from me, because I look at them as my partners, but they really are not doing their job. They're being pushed by powers above them to promote development and housing. We see it throughout the Commonwealth. So I think we all have to do a better job. Getting off the soapbox, I understand this is priority. It's not mapped habitat.
Right.
Yeah, so this might not be the case to really push heritage you have your staff to push heritage, but there has to be better communication. We are requesting better communication between your staff and heritage going forward on all of these projects, because they're rubber stamping them at the end of the day. Unless there's something fairly significant, okay? But in terms of that second item, this might all be a moot discussion, because I think we're gonna have to come back here for the pond.
I wouldn't necessarily agree. We do show the pond on these plans, so you could, and we didn't locate the pond, but they are located from aerial images. I do understand that the pond was not specifically shown on the IDA, but obviously, like most IDAs, when you have a BVW and coastal bank, that's what you're looking at. to establish the buffer zones.
I would agree.
Pond is
I would
mentioned in
agree
the notice of
somewhat,
intent
but
applications.
The notice doesn't include, the butter's notice, the notice in the paper doesn't include ponds. It just doesn't, it doesn't fit.
I get the point. Doesn't change the location of the line. I mean, you went to the closest. Thoughts on that?
No, I mean, if we're gonna have to move it forward anyways to get the MESA review that comes through, because it is within priority habitat. I think it's simple enough. I mean, it's a 3-week break to get it re-advertised correctly is something that's doable to do.
Yeah, we would have no problem with that. Cover the bases.
Okay.
Then apologize for missing the
other concerns.
missing the air.
Yeah. But
Oh, I have one other
interesting.
thing. Thank you, sorry.
No, those zoning changes are small and
This is somewhat germane to you, but it's not in the sewer district, so they're gonna have to get approval to hook up to the sewer. So, they're showing that they're taking up all the leach field and the septic systems. They're going at their own risk before you to get that, obviously, but
I see your point.
it should be noticed that they're might have to come back in if they have leaching
delays.
fields within 100 feet.
I believe we are in the sewer district, but
The sewer district ends halfway down Field Ave.
Yeah, when they get there. Okay, so we'll continue for 3 weeks on this one? Okay, thank you very much.
2 of them, both.
Release the most recent map, Don, if I'm wrong. The most recent
yeah, I
map
don't.
said that. That was the one that was on the GIS
last-
website today.
Yeah, the last one I looked at, I believe all these lots on Morgan Square were covered.
The one that I have up right now shows this lot included. So
So the one that I pulled up on today on the GIS website, the sewer district, the GIS web, that should be updated because it says sewer districts and it only goes down halfway to Field Ave.
That could have been incorporated when they changed the zoning too. I don't know. Yeah.
Good, thanks.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, good. So, continued. Okay. Lydia Denny, RT, 123 Walwinet Road.
Again, for the applicant, Don Bracken, Bracken Engineering. We haven't heard from Natural Heritage on this one either, so this will have to be continued as well. The site has a coastal dune on the plan that was delineated by Stan Humphries from LEC. The entire site is within AE coastal flood zone. The proposed project is to construct a small addition to the rear of the house consisting of 41 square feet to increase interior space for a bathroom, I believe. Currently in that location is a small deck with steps of 28 square feet, so we're asking for an increase in 13 square feet within the between the 25-foot and 50-foot buffer. Part of the project plan is to remove an existing greenhouse within the 25-foot buffer and an existing brick patio within the 25-foot buffer. But most importantly, we would be removing the septic system that's almost entirely within the 25-foot buffer and replacing it with a tight tank septic system with no exfiltration, as typical for other projects that have been done in Walwinet, given the depth of groundwater and location of some wells out here. But in this case, we are on the water service. We did do some test pits. We also installed a monitoring well with a data logger over a high tide cycle to get the maximum groundwater elevation, which we figured at 3.9. To give you a reference, the top first floor elevation is 10.4. The grade where the septic tank is going is about elevation 9, which is right also at the flood zone elevation. We will have to de-water to install the tight tank. The tight tank will go in the same location as the existing 1,500 gallon tank, which will be removed. We're proposing a dirt bag dewatering system outside the 100-foot buffer, as shown on the southwest corner of the lot toward the road. We're also proposing a gate valve in the sewer line in the event that there is a flood. You'd be able to turn the gate valve and make sure that nothing gets out of out of the tight tank during a flood event. That's something we've been seeing FEMA require on some other projects that we've worked on. The existing house is on a concrete pile foundation, as will the addition. Will just be an expansion of that. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
The greenhouse gone. Okay. So it's just this little guy right here.
That's the addition.
With the deck. Yeah,
Yeah.
and the green. Okay.
Yeah.
What are you thinking? It's a little busy in here.
Trying to do the math.
Yeah, well, 100 square feet of greenhouse and permeable brick patio, but
We didn't do the math, but it's clearly significant difference in
yeah,
less structure area under proposed.
half the deck is there, so half that new. 41 square feet, so 21. You said 25. It's about extra. Did you say?
I said, yeah, the addition itself is 41 square feet.
Yeah.
We're removing 28, so
Yeah.
we get, in that area
Yeah.
alone, there's an additional 13 square feet.
Mm-hmm.
The greenhouse is 100 square feet.
Yeah.
So.
Any questions, concerns? Well, the benefit of the tight tank and the greenhouse gone. Any questions from the public on this one? No.
Mr. Chairman, Mark Potter, through you to Don. I love the tight tank. Is DEP now liking tight tanks after one went in? Because this.
No, it's the first one I've seen out there.
Yeah, because they made that other guy do that crazy IA system.
Yeah.
Yeah. This has been discussed with the Board of Health, so we know we have their support. So I think that's going to make a big difference.
It'd be great to start.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great idea.
Thanks.
I see the net benefit.
And we don't need DEP approval for tight tanks anymore as we used to. So.
Oh.
Yeah. The DEP had discouraged the board from issuing tight tank permits, so they went based on that. But the Board of Health has the authority to do it if they want to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Jeff, we have everything needed on this one?
Sorry, yes.
Except for natural.
Except for natural heritage.
Natural heritage, yeah. Okay. I don't see any issues, except that. So we will continue.
Yes.
The next meeting.
Please.
Next week is going to be a corker again.
Great. It's going to be a great meeting. I'm going to go on vacation. Okay.
Not yet.
Okay. Petroselli, 2 North Beach Street. I stuffed your computer too full. Blanking out on me. Hates this packet. I got tons of junk.
It took like a half an hour to pack to download.
I know, that's a bad sign.
They must have just gotten changed in spring. This was from the website. Where'd you get it?
Just on the regular town GIS.
Appreciate
Yeah.
Thank you. For the record, Paul Santos with Nantucket Surveyors, representing.
I'll let Nathan know, though.
The applicant and property owner, Bridget and Nicholas Petroselli. This is a property located at 2 North Beach Street, completely located within land subject to coastal storm flowage, and more easily identified as a piece of property north of the property at the corner of North Beach Street and Easton Street. So.
You can say 65 and 67 Easton, Paul. It's still
65 and 67 Easton. So this is a piece of property that we previously came to you before amidst the all the I would say controversy or goings on those properties on Easton Street, at which we, at that time, based on plans that had been filed, old filings, we came up with a 25-foot setback, a 50-foot setback, and a 100-foot setback, and did some work on this particular site. This is an existing dwelling that's been on this property for some time. Subsequent to that, at your last meeting, I believe, and after we did our filing, you issued that RDA for the lots on the corner. So that is what you see in red, is the line from the RDA, the determination of applicability that was just filed. What this application is, it's a notice of intent for an addition on the front side of the dwelling on the North Beach Street side of the property, and then some infrastructure improvements, air conditioner pad, propane tank, and a proposed shower along the northerly face of the existing building. All of that work occurs outside of the 50-foot setback that was just established on the RDA for the corner lot. And then there's also a proposed porch going in on the front of this. So that is the extent of the work is essentially it's work within the buffer zone to that isolated vegetated wetland as depicted on the RDA that you just issued 10/17/18. It is completely within land subject to coastal storm flowage. No change in the grades. The addition will be constructed to the same floor elevation that the existing structure exists. It is out of the flood zone. It is above the flood zone elevation, the floor elevation is. And it will be a pass-through flood vent type of crawl space, essentially. Or not a crawl space, but a non-basement. And that's the extent of the work. Work along the northerly face of the building, the proposed addition, and the reconfiguration. There's an existing entryway, stairway into the structure that will be reconfigured. It's a dual kind of stairway that'll be consolidated to a single stairway. Driveway stays the same. Rest of the structure stays the same. There is a chimney on the back side of the house that actually is getting removed also. So that's the extent of the application.
So this might be more of a question for Jeff.
Yes.
When we did this RDA, we didn't have wetland info on the neighboring properties, right?
So the RDA that we did was specific to 65 Easton Street. That's there. I want to say no, 67 Easton Street. So it's specific to there.
So these lines could be.
We've done work on 2 before, and haven't had vegetated wetland there. As for 4, maybe different, but we don't have information on that specifically at this point. And for as much as the wetland line has been in flux at 67 over time, that's probably changed as well. So kind of update on that too is we're also have been waiting for some other activity there to take place, but the appeal period for that request for determination I believe ends today. And we haven't received any appeal on that wetland line yet. So if that didn't get appealed, that wetland line is official.
So the black one, so the line that you see, the 25, the 50, and the 100 in black was what we have historically used for 2. 2 has been clean, but we had to kind of take the older filings that some were filed, some weren't filed, and that's where we showed the 25, 50, and 100. And then what I did was superimposed what you just did for that corner one for the 25 and 50 from the.
This is number 4 that you're talking about, right?
Correct. Yeah. Historically, there's been nothing depicted on 4 or 2.
Yeah, we don't have anything on our records.
All the older ones were up on that front corner.
And 67's wetland. I think there's one summary filing that shows 3 separate wetland lines, and now for the first time there's one that's been reviewed, approved, and as far as I know, not appealed.
Yeah, and the line that had previously been here did come in, and it did come onto this, but it looped around and back that way. Historic pattern that one.
I will say I do know for a fact that it didn't get appealed to the state because that's a 10-day appeal window. So we're just confirming locally.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Hopefully it doesn't get appealed.
Questions? Thoughts?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Cormac Collier. I don't
let me start off, I don't have a problem with the proposal, but what I am worried is about future unintended consequences for, what are we calling this?
65.
65, the corner lot here. If you could write anything as it relates to a permit that this is in no way accepting a delineation on this lot. Even just showing this confuses people because we have about 5 different maps now that we're all working with, and I know he was in a pickle in terms of this thing, and it was on, but it's just difficult. We know there's wetlands here. The wetland line stopped at the lot line, so we know wetlands aren't sort of in straight angles.
So I think that's easily resolved with the finding that says that you're not approving wetland boundaries or implying buffer zones for any of the other lots that haven't been filed for at this point. I'm going to have to craft the language of it a little bit so it doesn't sound like I'm rambling, but it's something where I agree with Cormac that having it on there, especially on those lots, and acknowledging that this is based upon the information that's currently available to the commission, I think can address that for 65.
Yeah, because you just go back. So they stopped the line here. So you'll see where my 25 and 50 was previously. Yeah. I know it came. We had flagging that came over that line. We know it. So that's why my 25 and 50 here is more restrictive because they just cut it at the property line. Yes. But we never intended to. We were very clear.
Never said you were. It's just as we know this.
Oh yeah, no, I know.
One.
Yep.
For those 2 lots. So just as long as there's nothing in there that can be used against you in the future.
Well, it would just be a simple finding that you're not determining any wetland boundaries on any other adjacent lots, unless something's in the records of the commission. So it's it's a finding. That's simple to do.
Okay. No other questions. We have everything we need.
We do finally.
Okay. Would you like to close?
I would like to close.
Cool.
Motion to.
Second. All there? Excellent. Now.
No problem.
99 Squam Road LLC, 99 Squam Road.
What's that? To the commission. I'm representing the next 3 applications, and the third one, number 17. Could we move that up? There's a couple of team members from Wilkinson who have stayed and had to catch a flight, and I didn't know if you'd be willing to hear number 17 Baines ahead. I'm not bumping anybody else, just myself.
I think so.
They don't want to sleep on Nantucket tonight?
Okay, does anyone have a concern with that?
Nope.
Is that going to create a problem with anybody else? Okay.
Thank
So
you.
sure, we'll do 17 first. Baines, 16 Totem.
Where is it?
Totem Way?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, that's how I'm missing.
320. You're really pushing it here, aren't you?
325.
See, you gotta make these down.
You guys all use the big packets still. I use like the individual selecting ones.
325.
325.
That's pretty much all I usually do. I don't know where these things are.
I'll let you get there. For the applicant, Art Gasparo, Nantucket Engineering, along with Jay, Jeremy from Wilkinson, we're working in conjunction on this particular project. It's a little bit different than some of the ones that you've seen. So we are working on a property which fronts on Hummock Pond, for which there's an existing timber bulkhead and pier. And there has been some erosion along the side of the existing timber bulkhead. And it's a fairly low bank. You can see from the plan the top elevation is about 8, and then it slopes down to about 5, 6, 8, and then down to 5 across the beach. What we're proposing is to put in a series of fiber roll arrays and plant the area. They did bring to my attention that I had labeled them as reinforced fiber roll arrays, but in fact this would just be straight rolls because we don't have the same, there won't be the soil lifts behind, so we don't have to do the same level of disturbance, but essentially it would just be to anchor in a series of 3 fiber rolls, and then there is a detailed, there's much more detailed information this time in the narrative prepared by Wilkinson than the plan itself. But essentially, it's 3 rolls which would be covered and planted. And I don't know if you guys have anything.
So you really don't have much.
Might want to add.
Yeah.
Much of a grade increase. How are you gonna?
We would excavate in the very bottom one, right? And
So that
they're
would be-
20-inch
that'd be under.
rolls.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so, you know, you know, you want to.
So will you be like?
For the record, Jeremy Schaub, Wilkinson Ecological.
Get right in there.
Wouldn't really call it excavation, recontouring to get those fiber rolls to the correct slope angle. As Art had said, it's a very shallow bank,
Yeah,
which is why
not
we're
much
only
there.
using a three high array.
20-inch, you said.
Correct.
And they don't actually stack up at 20 inches high.
Yeah,
The one behind is, you know, we usually pick up maybe 14 inches or so per.
A general rule is about a foot per roll.
That's a
at
third.
the-
You would cover a third up.
Correct. So that they slope back.
The aerial photo or one of them that you submitted, it appears that the pond is up to this point. Is that?
It's beach.
Beach?
Beach, but this looks underwater to me, like up to the bulkhead and to that point.
Yeah, I mean, that's why it's eroding. So there's you know, it's tidally influenced, I think, between the opening of Hummock Pond. If the water wasn't getting up there, there wouldn't be, you know, an erosion
Right,
problem.
but I'm wondering if it's like land under the pond or beach. Like, is it ever exposed as?
Yes, it's absolutely exposed, which is why that's
I'll say-
that's the resource area
I think in the last 8 months, I've been on that site 5 times, and I've never seen that area submerged. It definitely has gotten submerged when the pond was high last year.
Well, yeah, remember how high-
But
we
since
had
the last
extreme high
since the
water.
the last opening last year, it's typically been uncovered. At least since the spring.
This is photo says.
Was last year just the spring?
2018.
Oh, high.
Right. That photo
No,
would
that's
have
a-
been taken in February of this year.
Yeah, that was
That's from the GIS.
a pre-opening.
Was the Google Earth underlay to the GIS system.
Just curious. Any questions?
So what are you vegetating this?
American beach grass. And then there's there's on page, well, I'm not sure which page it's in, but there's a planting specification in the Wilkinson narrative of the native grass seed mixture, and then the plugs for the low density rolls. And again, it's only about 50 feet long.
Yeah,
it's,
but we
not
got
a, it's not a major.
We got a good view of it.
Right, of the beach.
Quite a bit of a beach, actually.
Yeah, and that's what struck me
Bizarre.
visiting the site is I actually didn't think about it that much to tell you the truth. I
Double-take that
just
one for a
labeled
second.
it beach because that's
Yeah.
what it looked like.
Right.
I had to rethink that one
I
for a
guess I'm
second.
just wondering, is it like a seasonal beach? Because
Muck.
before you open the pond, if it's consistently underwater, and then we open the
I don't
pond
think
all
it's
summer.
consistently underwater. The marsh is down here, you know, the BBW, the fringe area at the lower elevation.
Amazing eroded.
I'd say it's directly, obviously related to, you know, the elevation of the pond. And the pond's got to really be high to get all the way up there, which is not the case on a equilibrium situation. The equilibrium situation is as shown, you know, down along the, you know, you could see we show the absorbed shoreline the day we did the survey, you know, is way down here even.
God, this might be the first tube structure in a pond that I've ever seen.
Yeah, I'd kind of like a site visit.
Well, we're having, yeah, that's why I included the picture to
Yeah.
show. I thought that question might come up, and you know, again, it's to we also want to protect the, you know, we've got the house right, you know, fairly close, and you've got the permitted structure that it's starting to wrap around. So we certainly feel that there's a need for this stabilization. and you can see in the 1998 compared to the 2018 photo, the difference.
Well,
beach grass isn't very common on the shores of Hummock Pond Road. I hate to say it, but if you're going to plant the common thing, you'd put in frag.
Or an actual pond marsh plant.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean they've got track record with beach grass on these things, though. So I hate to kind of go against that.
Yeah, it's definitely
Stability
to the
versus-
conditions of in a fiber roll, and the beach grass has the root mass that can make its way through a fiber roll. Not many plants can do that, and they can also deal because we like to keep the sediment nourishment on top of it to help the rolls and
But-
provide nourishment. That's the one plant that can really keep up with that.
So,
So
You'll
did
see this one.
basically the marsh died in that area is what it looks like.
But we're putting beach grass instead of
Yeah.
the native marsh species that
Yeah.
might be in front of there right now. Like, I think we should match the
Well, those
species that
banks
are
are
there.
usually more of a shrub.
Yeah. So to say it's not
I
like
was going to say, we were out today and we looked at the species that are actually right up against the bulkhead, and there actually was a lot of switchgrass.
Oh.
So that gives you the point that it's not always inundated. This not a typical marsh community. Along with the Phragmites, there definitely was a lot of that in there too.
Did you want to look at it?
I mean, I'd like to see this one because I think
Yeah.
it's different than what
It
we've
is
seen.
different,
It's on
I'll be
Hummock
honest
Pond
with
that
you.
has now been seeing high water many of the most recent winters. If we're putting sediment here, it would be different than our typical beach sediment that goes down.
Yeah.
The pond is clearly extremely unhealthy, so we just have to watch that.
I have a photo here, which I know since I show you, I will submit for the record, but we also will continue for natural heritage, and we'd be happy to do a site visit.
Yeah,
That helps
I
to
wouldn't
show
mind seeing
you, that it is beach, and,
Yeah.
I will file this, but it's,
Yeah.
that was a photo.
That was on this marsh. Okay.
But the pond's also high.
Yeah.
Winter after winter.
Yeah, yeah.
98 was a
Exactly.
long time ago.
Yeah.
Like, were we even opening the pond on a regular basis?
Oh, yeah.
then?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
We would like to know, I know you're going to open up to the public as well, but any other feedback, since we will be continuing, and we can do a site visit, but if there's something else that you'll want to see, we would like to be able to
I
provide
think
it.
it's more of a question of plantings and.
What kind, if there's something else, we
Yeah.
can certainly look at that.
Yeah. Wow.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Cormac Collier, Nantucket Land Council. Yeah, I definitely encourage you to get out there in a framework that this could be a fun one. This is this could be a pretty positive restoration project.
Interesting, yeah.
And not just sort of a coastal stabilization project. And that's why it's good to get Wilkinson involved too. Where I'm really familiar with this area just because of all of our work up and down with restrictions, and then our work working with the town on some of the openings and some of the other stuff, and just avid walker going back and forth. If you want to get a sort of a baseline of where the true, real native vegetation is, it's on the other side, outside of those Phragmites areas on the foundation land. And Em and I have been up there, and it's just gorgeous. You just have, it's so nice. So I would, if you could, maybe talk with some of those folks, Jen or Kelly, sort of one up over at the foundation, on what they're seeing along that coastline, to replicate that, because I think that's what sort of the ultimate goal would be. I saw your planting. I'm a little confused just because, and I'm not that familiar with these installations because I'm just sort of filling in with Em, but you have a seed mix and then you have an American beach grass. Through you, Mr. Chairman, I understand that the American beach grass is sort of plugged into these rolls, but what happens with this seed mix?
The seed mix would be added to any disturbed areas above the rolls.
Above the rolls.
It's something, it could even be added to the nourishment, and if that nourishment stays in place long enough, some of those species would germinate and actually grow, as long as the nourishment stays in place.
Okay. Some of those species, such as the switchgrass and the little bruce stem, yeah, we certainly see them sort of leaving in that, coming down in some of the native areas, but there's a couple other species you don't really necessarily see too much, even though they're they're native, you just don't really see them. They're not really sort of that component of that bank community, that shoreline community, which they could replicate in a better way. So again, I think it's a good one to have fun with, that you could really do something positive for wildlife habitat, for the plant habitat, not just look at it as a coastal stabilization.
Yeah. I think we could certainly visit, maybe coming up with some other plants and not just seeds, so see what we can, and then whenever you want to have the site visit, even if it's outside of, let me know and I'll make.
Yeah, our next ones are scheduled for that Monday after Thanksgiving, but we can certainly set up a time before that to pick up. I know you guys want to do Nantucket too. We can set up a time before then, but we can talk about at the end and just set a time, and I can arrange that with Art.
I'd like to request a
Continuance. Okay, so we'll continue to the next meeting.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so now we go back up the list.
Back to 99 Squam?
Yeah.
99 Squam Road, LC.
Thanks for that.
99 Squam Road.
Art Gasparo. That's next, unless we were going backwards.
No, we started.
Going back to the top.
Before you tonight with a notice of intent application for work on a single-family dwelling within the buffer zone, partially to a coastal bank, very stable coastal dune bank, and to an isolated vegetated wetland. None of the structural work is proposed within the 50-foot buffer zone. The areas stippled on the plan is the existing house, and the areas shown in the angled cross-hatching are the proposed additions. The only reason I felt that I filed this as a notice and not an RDA is because the footings would be within 2 feet of seasonal high groundwater, and it is crawl space foundation to match what's there. Anything that we dewater would be temporary to the areas that are outside of the 100-foot buffer zone. And with that, I'd be happy to. There's a proposed reconfiguration of the driveway as well, also outside of the 25-foot buffer zone. I'd be happy to address any questions or concerns that you might have.
Questions? We'll sit back here. Okay. Looked at this last night.
Yeah, I didn't do colors for you on this
one.
But
You.
here's your 50,
Yeah.
and then here's your
Got
100
Yeah.
for this boundary.
Yeah.
Well, answer your question. We do have all of the required information for this.
Excellent. Okay.
Pretty good.
Nope. Everyone happy? Okay. Any questions from the few public? Nope. Good. Okay. Would you like to make a motion?
Motion closed.
You have a second? All in favor? Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was a good catch.
Coast Guard? There's no one here from the Coast Guard.
Me.
United States Coast Guard.
This is literally like the Art Gasparo.
This is the part.
I stayed up late.
Isn't this the part
I had to
where
catch up if you were.
This is the part
Yeah?
where you say
Really?
you don't have to go to the thing on.
So, what? We all have our stories. The plans here in front of you, in full size.
Yeah.
One is the dredge site and one is the disposal site. And so for the applicant, Art Gasparo of Nantucket Engineering and Kirk Ryden of Appledore Engineering is also here. We are in front of you with a notice of intent for maintenance dredging for the Coast Guard station to allow the boats to, life-saving boats to continue to use the floats. This was done about 5 years ago and needs to be done again. So it's really an upping of the permits to maintain this area. The dredging spoils would be placed on the beach on the property that they own at the end of Brant Point. This is the lighthouse right here, and then so we'd have nourishment, which would be above mean high water. This commission is the first step in securing the other permits that are necessary. But as you can see from the plans, there's been extensive studies and analysis and surveys that have gone into this already. They are hoping to do this work as soon as possible, given that the sand has started to impact the operations there. We did just receive today a comment letter from DMF, which I would like to just briefly touch on. I guess if we wanted me to back up a little bit in terms of protected areas, we have a bulkhead, obviously, which is the coastal bank, and then you have the beach and the land under the ocean, land containing shellfish. The survey here, which was done for the dredging and for impacts, there's a note on this plan which they also had inspected for eelgrass, and there was no eelgrass found in the project area, which segments into the letter that we received from DMF, and they had certain comments for your consideration. And one is that there would be an eelgrass mapping done, and perhaps it's only one small note on the plan, and I didn't actually mention it in the narrative, but that's been done and just done at the beginning of this month. So there's no eelgrass within the proposed project area. They also recommend that no dredging take place within 25 feet of the mean low water line to protect the intertidal habitat. Again, this is the same area that the dredging happened 5 years ago, and that area is necessary to dredge. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to grade back away from the floats. We'd have to come in and ask for another wall, essentially, in there. So, again, receiving the comment from them, but not having direct discussion, that they may not understand that, that we feel it's probably more of a blanket comment, but that in this particular case, given that you're, right up against the bulkhead and the activity, that we would hope that that the dredging would be allowed, essentially as shown on the plan. And then finally, the point that I think we would really like to discuss with you is the recommendation of a time of year restriction on the winter flounder spawning. And again, the Coast Guard is very much hoping to do this work starting in January, and that given that this is the same area that was just dredged in the near past, and that this is an area of high year-round traffic with the other ferries coming through here, that it's unlikely that we still would do the silt curtain, that there would be any impact in this very limited area. To put this off, essentially, it would be put off a whole year, because we're not going to be able to do it in, they suggest to May. So it would essentially have May 31st, so you'd be into June to get this work done. Whereas the hope is that we wouldn't have to. And again, it's just a comment. So I would like to discuss that with the commission, and we would hope that the order wouldn't contain that. We will need to continue the hearing. We don't have a file number yet because of the checks. Essentially, I had to send a check in that I didn't think thought it was exempt, and they didn't think it was. So I sent that on the 24th.
It's been exempt. Historically, the Coast Guard projects have been exempt, and for whatever reason, this one.
I know. So usually they tell us that
suddenly not exempt.
So all of a sudden, you got to actually come in front of it.
They put out a guidance document in late 2017 where they snuck federal out of the exempted category for state filing fees.
Wow.
I didn't know that. So we sent the check on the 24th.
Yeah.
Well, it's the only reason that otherwise we were hoping. I mean, we really tried to get this in to get it so that we, and not that I'm trying to push you, but so that, if there is additional information that's needed or discussion, we will be back in front of you, and would hope that we would, be able to have an order on the 28th.
So your nourishment looks like you're trying to avoid, active grown dunes or something. It's gonna.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep. It would be essentially on bare sand areas.
Mm-hmm. When is the winter flounder season?
So according to DMF, January 15th to May 31st. So that's right exactly in the window that we hope to do the work.
That sucks. Any other concerns? So they did this 4 years ago?
Yes. And we've included all of the square footages and the volumes, you know, in the application.
Mm-hmm.
And this will be reviewed by Army Corps and DEP for water quality certs. So this is still just the first step, really. But once we need an order before we can file those.
Yep.
So we're working on that paperwork already.
Okay. Well, Cormac, you have a
Yeah,
concern?
thanks, Mr. Chairman. Cormac Fowler for the Land Council. I'll just be brief because I'm sorry I missed it. You're going to come back next time.
Yes.
But you wanted some.
We're hoping to close next time, and so if there's something.
I must have missed this last time, but is this the same dredge footprint as last time?
Yes.
It's maintenance.
So,
It's a different kind of plan. It looks a lot bigger.
was there allowed to dredge a beach to create land under the ocean?
No, the deposit.
Because this is all above mean high water, so that's beach.
But when we put the dock in, it wasn't.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying.
Accreted.
I mean, I don't have a problem with it. I'm just sort of saying. My first point is, from just a procedural point of view,
Odd.
they're dredging a beach to create. Okay? They're not dredging for existing navigational, improvement.
It's a beach that's moving out to the dock.
And then secondly, is this now just going to be a once every 3-5 year plan? Because there's something going on here where it's catching. And there was
in '87,
whether this timber pier is catching it. I was looking at all the aerials. Whether you're putting your nourishment in the wrong place because
that's what it is.
It's just going right around.
If I may, that's if through you, Mr. Chairman,
Sure,
that was
go
the
ahead.
suggestion that I made when I sort of got involved. Is that for the next time? See, because right now they control that property. That perhaps instead of nourishing it around the corner and the tide where the tide comes around, that they should investigate an alternative disposal site. But at this time, because of the the timing of trying to get the work done, this is where it was approved before. They feel that this is going to be essentially the fast track to get, or hopefully, get. But that's exactly what I think has happened is that the tide just wraps where you put your nourishment and is bringing it back where you're taking it from, and it accreted that. That beach. The other piece of, I think that it is partially related to the hard structures that aren't necessarily smooth along there. So because you have, some jogs and whatnot, then the sand is, like this happened out, like Pimini Point and Abrams Point, it's almost Velcro, like some places when it starts to accrete, more starts to accrete, or Folgers. And I think that the large storms and the significant storm surges the last 2 winters really mobilized, especially last winter, a lot of that sand that was right there on Brant Point. And then the north, my looking at it is then the north winds, the tide takes it around the corner and the north winds drive it right up against this bulkhead, and that's where it ends up.
Yep.
Yeah, it's interesting. It doesn't land a lot of it at the hatchery.
No.
Yeah, it's like a funny
It's
deposit.
it does that. It just gets out enough to get around. It gets in that channel, and then by the time it gets pushed back in, it's right back where it started.
It's not the
It might be a more
typical
solid pier, yeah.
deposit.
It's not a beach, Cormac. It's a negative 6 inches deep of water.
It's just an awkward one. I'm looking at the area, it's like, that's a beach. And if it wasn't Coast Guard, I think you'd probably be having a bigger conversation discussion here. That they're actually dredging a beach.
That's right.
But, it was fast track last time because I know that at that point, they didn't even have to come to Concom.
I was about to say, the courtesy call. No,
it's a different kind of.
It was a courtesy call.
Yeah.
It's a courtesy call.
They get permits that they're supposed to, but they can make phone calls to make problems go away too. So
I think,
We have bars that are located.
right, I think we clearly here, you know, I respect the local commission. If there are certain conditions that you want to see on the work, that you are fully informed as to what, you know, what's proposed, have a chance to review the work, and, you know, the only thing we would hope not to have, as we said, would be that time of year restriction.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure I know much about the spawning and habitat for a winter flounder. I mean,
we can try to get you some more information.
Yeah, I'm just more concerned. Yeah,
we
I mean,
understand that.
Is it a prominent species out here?
I think
we got a 3-week break regardless, so we might as well.
Yeah, we'll get you some more information.
If he wants to talk to them again,
support your decision, and perhaps we can.
That seems to be the stickler.
You know, I could tell you, if we knew when all of the permits would be issued, we could even give you a better time frame. But the other thing that I'll work to try to find out for you is the duration, the expected duration of the activity, which might also help.
Yeah. The
And,
fact that it's a beach too, it might not many flounder on the beach. So, okay, so we'll continue on that one if there's no other questions.
28th, please.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
28th is getting busier and
28th is
busier.
It's a reoccurring nightmare. Oh, God. Okay, so now we're down to, are we getting anywhere?
No.
Friel, 12 North Beach Street.
David's been
At
patiently
least I
waiting
continue, I was like, nah.
for this application.
Good evening.
Good morning.
Good morning, yeah. This application is, there's an existing house on the lot. There's a wetland to the rear as part of that Phragmites swamp, Sylvia's swamp or whatever. And the site is developed. The proposed work it's all within land subject to coastal storm flowage. The 25, 50, and 100-foot buffer zone apply. There's two parts of it. There's an existing shed in the rear of the property that was put there, I believe, without the benefit of a permit. That is being removed and put outside of the 50-foot setback, just along the edge of the driveway. There's no foundation under it. There may be a couple of sonotubes put underneath it to hold it up. Right now it's just sitting on blocks back here, so it's being moved up. This is all lawn area. The driveway will be reconfigured slightly to make a turnaround area. I think one tree will be removed to expand the parking area or driveway area. It's very small in there. And then an addition is being built on the back of the house. It's a 2-story porch. Part of it is enclosed. Part of it has a roof, part of it is a deck. It will be raised above the flood elevation. It will be on sonotubes to allow flooding underneath. No regrading will occur. Any disturbed soils will be reseeded with appropriate seed mix, lawn or conservation mix. Pretty straightforward.
So this is just coastal.
No
sun.
dredging.
Just blow away.
No winter flounder.
Need some fill? Just on the street.
No core roll.
No pool.
So this is just land subject to.
Land subject to coastal storm flowage and a
And outside the
BVW
100.
in the back and the buffer and the appropriate.
Yeah, if you're outside the 100 on that one, right?
Right. The building is all outside of the 100.
Yeah.
The driveway, portion of the driveway and the
Yeah.
shed will be in the buffer zone.
But outside the 50.
Yeah, the shed will be outside of 50.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shed's outside 50. Okay. Any questions?
No natural heritage.
No natural heritage. Feel like you can close on something? Okay.
Wow, what do you know?
Okay. There's no other questions? Jeff, we have everything?
Yes.
I'd like to close?
Yes,
I'd like to
please.
close. Motion to close?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Good. We got one.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Town in Nantucket, 4 Bathing Beach Road.
Good evening, Mark Voigt, Town Nantucket. What's that?
Thanks for sticking around.
Nope, no number on this one yet either.
Yeah, I did get the, Joe forwarded me the email that they sent, that they misspelled my last name, so I never got the email.
Yeah, so there's been
I'll
some
respond
shenanigans,
tomorrow.
but we are in the works of getting it taken care of. So that being said, I think if we have any questions, we can get it knocked out, so that way at the next meeting we can finish.
Yeah,
it.
that'd be a quick boom boom.
Yeah,
Have to show up.
first time I've been here to Concom, so if I can answer any questions, keep it short. Otherwise,
We'll just summarize it really quickly for everybody, and then
okay.
we can take any questions.
So basically, this is the Sandbar restaurant down at the Jetties, and there are a number of issues down there trying to take care of. Most of them are illustrated on your site map. So one of the first ones you see in the packet in the picture. This is the back side of the restaurant. You know, as a restaurant is, and it's gotten busier and busier. Finding problems with, you know, there's not much flow because of the low area of the restaurant in general. So this is just to show you where we've dig safe things and marked it for ourselves. But this is for a grease ejector. But what's important for me in our particular project, I'm just showing you something that will happen later. We're in that same area, so once it's disturbed, there's an electric box and on the back.
Yeah, of course.
So they've reached capacity at the actual kitchen part of the restaurant. And so the idea is to pull some of the service off of here, trench around so that you see it as it goes around the corner, and would then connect to the bathhouse, which is this path across there. So it's right here to the corner of the building. At the same time, we also have a dune or beach sand that's building up on the back side of the bathhouse itself, causing us some problems with the building itself. It's up to the point where it's past a few layers of shingles. It's gotten that tall with the wind sweeping around, and then the eddy in the back causing it to deposit there. So we really need to pull that away. We've done that before, and
yeah, that's something that they've historically been doing there.
Yeah.
To maintain the building. But it was something that we wanted to at least get documented as an activity that happens as part of
historical purposes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we've got to start to take care of it because the bigger it gets, the bigger it gets. It's to work better, I guess. And then just to let you know that there's planned for right now a new active drain where the parking space is right before in the pavement. So it will actually actively pump that up to probably all the way up to North Beach, but that'll be Jefferson or North Beach. Be a separate application, but just so you know the overall plan, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, part of that was listed too because obviously Jetties is a natural heritage area, so it's something that with not being able to segment projects, listing it on there was something that they wanted to be sure they covered. So when that gets filed for, no one goes, "What was the big surprise?" But
so that's
the design of that storm system is still in the works.
So, can sand actually migrate under this thing, or does the building need to be like lifted?
It's on piers. It's about in some places 2 feet to 30 inches, depending on the level of the sand. So it actually floods under there.
Yeah,
the water comes in that whole parking lot.
The sand.
Yeah.
You know, like when I look at
the
the way
board.
these slats run, the sand can't really move under, so it's moving around. You know, normally when we're in the middle of a dune, we allow the sand to migrate under.
Although sand can get through every little hole.
Yeah.
And
Yes and
Yeah, I mean,
no.
I think it's probably a bit of both. It's just that the winds tend to come off right off of the north side, and that's where it does the most, and it wraps around the bathhouse, and that just creates that effect of
shadow zone,
bringing that sand off of the beach and into the back of it.
Yeah.
But sure, there is some sand. I mean, the slats aren't continuous all the way around. They're from most of the building that way.
It's open.
Yeah, there's a few open areas. But as soon as you go into the building, you'll see, there's utilities under the building, piping and everything.
Nasty space. Yeah. Well, yeah. Okay.
What is a grease injector?
It's
Interceptor.
It's a separator.
Oh, it's just
Yeah.
separating.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then it's
It
ejected.
separates
And
the
then it's
two,
going.
and so, yeah.
And then it's ejected.
Got
It does, it sounds pretty fantastic, but
It's a box.
it's a box that you don't want to know what's
It's
in
a
it.
nasty box.
It's like a septic tank for grease
Yeah.
with some parts.
Okay.
I will tell you guys, just anecdotally, since I am probably down there more than anyone, the grease there has been such a problem that the DPW comes, or not DPW, the sewer department comes down
Sucks
on
it
a
up.
daily basis
Oh,
to snake.
God.
We don't even call.
They go every day
Yeah.
and they
Oh,
snake
that's good.
Very first part of the
they
day.
snake the sewer line from the restaurant up to kind of the intersection
Oh,
of
God.
Holbert Ave and Bathing Beach Road
So the
because
grease
of
trap only
the
does so
grease
much.
problems.
Yeah.
Well, we just
there's
installed a new
a
grease
better
trap
one.
in the restaurant that's top of the line, and it's been
Hopefully.
helping, but the damage is sort of done
Yeah.
in certain ways, and the pipe, we don't think the pipe is
Appropriate.
well, yeah, the flow isn't the right the level, you know.
This
it's
is
gotta have a
this is to
pitch
help
it.
alleviate that problem.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're want to be very, thorough with, handling those types of things.
Yeah.
And then eventually that manhole that's up closer to where the natural resources office
It's a
is.
delightful.
Hopefully that would
Be your problem.
repitched at some point.
Yeah.
Because it's settled over the years.
It's a delightful event.
It's
Yeah,
gonna start
yeah.
turning up in your backyard.
It's just nice when you get there and it's like 8 in the morning and you're walking into work and those guys crack the tank and you go, oh, it's wonderful.
French fry. Okay. Well, any other questions? Any concerns? Okay. Nothing from the public. Okay. So you want to continue on this one?
Yeah, we don't have a
Okay,
number.
It's very straightforward.
So 3 weeks, huh? Or the
Yep.
28th? is it?
20.
All right.
So we'll continue for 2 weeks. Great.
Okay,
Thanks
thanks,
much. Okay. Amended orders of conditions. Sconset Beach Preservation Fund.
Oh, we already did them this week.
Mr. Chairman, Stephen,
Who are we looking for?
Stephen Cohen is downstairs and he just said that he was working with the selectmen on a matter and wondered if you could hold it off and
3 weeks?
Sure.
I mean, it's 8 o'clock.
I'm
I'm gonna be exhausted if we hold this off till the end.
Well, we'll see how we get. Yeah. It is 8 o'clock.
Yeah, so that means we're
He
gonna.
said he didn't need a lot.
Well,
Let's do the RDA.
If it
and then
happens,
we'll-
if it happens, okay, we'll go. Okay, so, yeah. So the public meeting request for determination.
Thank you.
Reed Pond NT 5 Chase Lane Link Circle.
Just like pizza.
Dinner.
Oh, I thought that someone could have brought it.
Oh, pizza.
Thanks. I'm good, thanks. Okay, thanks. Falling for some sugar. For the applicant, Art Gasparo, this is RDA to relocate a structure away from an eroding coastal bank. The resource areas are the coastal bank, and there is a large border and vegetated wetland surrounding the Reed Pond, and we've had that boundary delineated by Brian Madden, and we're proposing to move the structure such that it's outside of the 50 to the bank and to the BVW. And that is the extent of the work that's proposed.
Questions? Behind you.
We would remove any foundation piers. You know, it's not a full, it's on, the house is just on assortment of blocks
Yep.
and things like that, but that area would just be loamed and seeded.
Perfect. That's a good
We have
thing.
to figure out a connection back to the septic system, but I've just put that to be reconnected and we'll work that out. It's right in the same area.
Okay.
It's close.
Okay. Jeff, you have
Positive 2, negative 3.
So moved.
All in favor? Aye.
Thank you.
Any opposed? No, pass unanimously. Good. Monomod, Schwartz, 62 West Chester Street.
All right, I'm just going to say really quickly, this is the one where we required a contract to be in place with a landscaper for the duration. We have received that, so that is in place. So we are satisfied that condition of having that performance bond and contractor in place for the 3 years of the permit.
this is the one that they didn't do the work before and came in and do some new things. So that is in place, that is in hand. Apologize they didn't make the packet, but it literally came in. So
Also, David Haynes for the applicant. Also, have you been out there? They planted.
yes, they are well underway.
David Haynes for the applicant. I don't have a plan. Do you have a plan?
Yes, I do.
A plan.
This is a small change to the pool. It was made a little bit smaller and a little bit lower, and it was slid over slightly. It was no closer to the wetland boundary than the previous one. And some structure, there was a retaining wall that came off before, and a deck over on this side.
Yeah.
I mean, basically it was in here. This has been slid over a little bit. The grading has supposedly been reduced a little bit around the outside of it. It's gone down from an elevation of 20 feet down to 18 feet, so
Yep.
and slightly smaller. But it's basically the same plan. And as I said, the shrubs have been planted in here according to the restoration proposal that was submitted.
Okay.
No, when we went out and looked, the shrubs are in. We even counted them. They match.
Did you count them?
Oh, yeah.
Good. I didn't count them.
And they're native.
Yep,
Yeah.
we checked them all. Yeah, this is one that's getting.
No,
We actually, they told us
no
that they're
variegated
doing the work.
variety.
I think since they've issued their permit, I think one of us has touched foot on this site probably 4 times since they've had their permit. They are on like the double secret watch for stuff. So, and they're on the way to a lot of, like, you go to Nantucket, it's easy to stop by, or head to Mid Island. It's easy
You
to
have to
swing
get
by.
out of the car and walk around the house to see.
You do, but the weather's been nice, or nice enough.
So we're just asking for a minor modification. We thought it was appropriate.
Okay.
To accept the minor mod?
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. Passes unanimously. Simple. Good. Certificate of compliance. Trevor R.P. Price and Margaret Ann B. Price, 10 Long Pond Drive.
10 Long Pond Drive, this was for the installation of a garage and the reconfiguration of a driveway. The construction's been completed, the driveway is done. We recommend that this one get issued without any ongoing conditions.
Okay.
Move to issue. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passed unanimously. Maggie Westchester II Trust, 20 Westchester Street.
Sure, so this was one of the 2 properties that abut the property redevelopments here. This is also one that had some restoration work of some buffer zone that had previously been lawn, and the wetland kind of wrapped around the house. The house is done, and all of the plantings and the fencing and everything is installed to protect that wetland area. We're recommending that this also get, I can't even say it anymore, that it also gets issued certificate of compliance, but with an ongoing condition 22, which maintains the monitoring for what would be the final year of reporting. And they've been submitting the reports. Brian's been doing them pretty diligently, so it would just get the last one in.
Okay.
Move to issue.
Yep.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Very good. Passes unanimously. 181 Taurus Trust, 181 Eel Point Road.
Yep, this was for a property redevelopment and some cleanup from a cutting that an abutter had done across the property. Again, all of the construction's complete. There's no unstable soil anymore on the site. And we would recommend that this project also get issued its certificate of compliance.
Do we have a motion?
Motion.
Second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No. Passes unanimously. This is just the way it's gotta go. Okay. Hellering Gifford, 7476 Monomoy Road.
All right, if you guys don't remember this one, this was for that very slight reconfiguration of an existing walkway off of an abutter's property onto their property with a little twist.
Yep.
They're done already. And then the only thing that we're asking is that they continue to do the photo monitoring for the 3 years that the permit originally required as an ongoing condition number 19. It's amazing how fast that stuff can happen when people are motivated to do it.
Do I have a second? All
Oh, yeah.
in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No, passes unanimously. Oh. Yeah, okay. 19 BR Property LLC, 19 Baxter Road.
This was also for a relocation of the path. This is another one that we just did off of Baxter Road, where they moved the path a little bit back onto their property, and they installed a little. They should have installed poison ivy, but I think we'll find it soon enough. A little clump of bayberry within the rest of the bayberry there to block off the previous path that crossed onto the other property. That's all been done and complete, and again, we're recommending that go out with ongoing condition 19. That was their monitoring component for the path.
Very good.
I like the little dog for scaling.
Oh, it's the little dog. When yours?
Move issue with ongoing condition 19.
Okay, do you have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passed unanimously. What is that? Guguire, whatever. Realty Trust, 9 Columbus Avenue.
Yes, this is a very old permit. This was for a septic system that was constructed at 9 Columbus Avenue. I can tell you that the parts are in the ground where they look like they're supposed to be, but we kind of relied. The Board of Health had an as-built that was done at the time and had issued a certificate of compliance on the system when it was constructed. So given kind of all those factors, we feel that it can be closed out. And there weren't any conditions on it at the time. So 1029 is a old permit.
Make a motion.
Move issue.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passed unanimously. Orders of conditions.
All right, we have a bunch. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry. And then there's one more that's separate that for some reason I forgot to put into the pack. Steel schedule. Well, I'm just going to be on these.
Don't forget to add the
Too big a
signature
pack.
page.
When do you guys want to do the amended order? Steven's here now. I didn't even see him sneak in.
What do you guys want to do?
Take care of those guys.
You want to take that next?
Go home an option.
Yeah.
Sure. So they can go home.
Sarah's like that. Are you waiting for an
We can
order?
say
You guys want to stay the rest of the meeting? though?
Yeah, I think
So-
we should just continue with our orders.
All right. Well, let's just finish out orders and then
Okay.
we'll get to you guys last. So.
Move your feet, lose your seat, as they
That's
say.
right. All right. So some of these we closed at the last hearing.
Yep. Okay, well.
The first
Yeah,
one
read down.
was so Moran was for that was the construction of some building renovations and a pool and spa. They requested a waiver for the 2-foot separation to groundwater, but that was it. So I kind of had our standard condition set for. That was everything was outside of 50, and I do have it with me if people want to see it.
Yep, around the corner for me. Straightforward.
Pretty much like the standard pool gig, huh?
Yep, swimming pool. Pretty flat out there too.
Everybody okay with this thing?
I'm fine with it.
Moved issue as drafted.
Do you have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? It passes unanimously. Okay, it's John and Carrie Walker, 112 Walnut Road.
Yeah, so that was the one we discussed tonight at a little bit more length than I thought.
Yeah.
So I have a different finding in there. I have this, the plan of record shows an additional structure to be constructed
which is located outside of the commission's jurisdiction because the garage that's located there next to the septic mound is outside of our jurisdiction. But if we don't put that, zoning and building get cranky because they don't know if we knew about it. So that's there. And then I went ahead and put the waiver on this one because it was under 5 square feet that they were asking for the waiver for. So I didn't really. Don't always draft waiver once in advance, but I thought that one was pretty clear.
Yeah. That's pretty simple. Someone like to make a motion?
Move to accept as drafted.
Do you have a second? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passed unanimously. Leben, or LHBEN, LLC, 109 Eel Point Road.
Yep. So this was Mark Ritt's Wilkinson Array project.
Yep.
Is that the actual patented name of that, the Wilkinson Array? Does anyone know?
I haven't seen the patent.
So. Is it? I know it's patented, but I don't know if that's its actual name. I don't want to say it incorrectly, but we'll assume that's what it is.
Not to be confused with Chief.
No, it's kind of our standard. The ones that we've added recently include that number 35. They have 21 days to bring it back into compliance post being uncovered. And then the rest of it's the regular reporting, annual reporting, survival percentage for their plants, mean high water being staked, all the normal stuff.
I'll move to issue as drafted.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Nope. Passes unanimously.
Hopefully I get a copyright on this order, you write it so much.
I should. Maybe I should. I should. That's how I really get set. This I'll be like, you patented the structure. I patented the order of conditions. Jemison is the separate sheet that I had to hand out.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's the one that didn't make the.
I was like,
didn't
wait,
make the.
how many times can I
I
turn that
probably
page
wouldn't have
over?
figured it out either.
I assembled the whole pile and I saw it sitting on my
Related,
desk
still
after
be
I'd
flipping
stapled the
pages
whole
in
other
there.
thing.
Okay.
So Jemison was the one that was for the. It was kind of the follow up on the enforcement on 195. I did meet out on the site with the Hardys, and they were the property that was encroached upon, and they were totally satisfied with the regrowth on their property. The only thing that they asked is along the property line before there had been a group of, I counted 6 cedars that had been there that were cut. They have just asked that those are replaced along the property line.
Yeah.
So that was number 27. I just put cedar trees matching the number cut shall be installed along the western property line. And they said, then just make sure they don't do it again, and we're happy as could be. So they're really friendly. Offered me some beers while I went out there that I turned out because I was working.
Nice.
That's good enough.
Your new friend.
Other than that, I brought back that condition from 62 Westchester where they have to have that performance bond and that agreement in for the 3 years of the project for the restoration purposes. And then the finding that it was from the enforcement action. So.
Okay. Do you have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Very good. Passes unanimously. Very good. Teddy Bloomer, LLC, 94 Tom Nevers Road.
This is back in the
Stairs.
packet.
Okay.
Yep, this was just, I'll be honest, this was just for beach stairs.
Yep.
I didn't really have any conditions that, we haven't really been putting a lot on these.
Okay.
In that case, move to issue as drafted.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
It's a good night for
Passes
orders and
unanimously.
conditions.
Okay. Nantucket Island Land Bank, 21 Crooked Lane.
This was the walkway project for this evening.
Yep.
I'll fire up the computer for this one. Sorry, I meant to put something on this one that I didn't. I was figuring that we probably wanted to have some sort of monitoring component for the areas of the walkways, and I just totally forgot to type it.
Okay, so.
Do we really permit all those trails to be cut through wetlands out there?
Well, they've been there for ages.
Yeah, they used to be part of the
Yeah.
horse farm that was there, and the trails that wandered around through
Used to ski out
the
there,
Crooked
cross-country
Lane
out there.
property.
Yeah, it was a good forever.
Cormac probably knows more about that property than any of us here, but
Just in case you're worried about past commissions doing that, there was a deal in exchange for a conservation restriction on that entire property.
Oh.
Yeah, that reduced a lot of buildability.
Okay.
So what's the CR say? No structures, like bridges?
I'm fine with the boardwalks because the CR is predicated on the order which allowed horseback riding and trail walking, which would be horrible erosion in those wetland areas. So the boardwalks allow.
I saw. So it's sort of encapsulated.
Yeah.
I just don't really like this.
No, I don't think
Yeah.
it's a great idea, and I'd rather honestly see the fiber grate so that there's some light penetration.
Yeah.
Or fiber grade and the width.
The width is so wide, and you know, you have to get mowers over it. Well,
But yeah, wheelchair access. Okay.
we just shut them off.
all right. So I think we wanted a condition 19.
Monitor.
Yeah, that photographs of the boardwalk areas shall be provided to the commission. Excellent. Put photographs taken at the beginning and the end of the growing season. Of the boardwalk areas shall be provided to the commission on an annual basis. All right.
Okay.
I'd like to see the fiber.
Yeah, I would too. but
Well,
It closed without it, so we can't condition that. I don't
You
think.
don't have to vote for it.
oh.
Well, I guess I would say administratively that would have been nice to bring up during the hearing.
Yeah.
But if you guys want a condition, you feel like you're gonna get something better, my guess is you'll see them back for an amended order of conditions probably pretty fast, because I know they've gotten a lot of negative response to fiber grate.
Yeah, not a lot of people like them.
But you could certainly put it in there, and then they can come back and modify or amend if they really don't want to do it.
It's a
I
little
thought
late.
they showed us that data that said it doesn't matter.
The fiber grade
Rachel
shadowing.
brought in those papers that said fiber grade wood, it's all a question of height versus width, but this
Yeah.
stuff is so wide it should be 4 feet off the ground.
Well, I think that's right. I mean, the fiber grade's fairly thick. The shadow effect of the fiber grade.
But you can actually get
Yeah.
vegetation that grows through
Oh, it will go through it. It'll go
the
through
fiber
Well,
grade.
there's a half an
That's
inch.
up to
There's
people
a half an
walking.
inch in
Right,
each
it
walkway.
gets-
It's going to come through.
It gets some light through. I think we're gonna end up with no vegetation
Yeah.
under this and weird, like mud pits
Well,
around.
we see these things around. Yeah.
And they don't, I mean, in the winter, they're so slippery once they're wet.
Oh,
Like
they're
the
terrible. You can't
boardwalk.
walk on them. Yeah, they're like ice. They get that algae on them, and they're just
Yeah.
like, you cannot, literally, it's like walking on a good ice
Well,
rink.
we'll take a, who's interested. I have no problem with the fiber grade.
I think I'd like to see that.
Okay.
And then width of the mowers, I mean, if that's the maximum width, we'll just.
Yeah.
30 inches there.
Cause they're ride on top mowers, I guess.
Probably they push it, can't imagine.
No, I think
Always
they're on the
anymore.
big sit on.
They
them.
ride.
Pushes
There's-
more
they
than
stand.
Well, if it's only a 4-foot path, I mean, it's a
Trolley.
40-inch deck, that'd be pretty small.
They do one swipe with the
Yeah.
40-inch deck. yeah.
Okay. Well,
But they're small.
let's condition. Great, and they'll be back, right?
Yeah, I'd be willing to bet that that's probably
I
the
think
case.
at this point, it's a little late.
I mean, I guess the question is if they come back and they ask for wood, or
Should have made that point.
I know.
Are they gonna-
I just
We did it.
lost on the previous group of projects.
do you want to put something in that we would prefer fiber grate?
Sure.
All right.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Sure.
See how they interpret it. Poke you up, Cormac. Okay. Okay, so.
Well, I'll put a condition in that, that you would prefer fiber grade decking if possible, and minimizing the width, the walkways. You want to set a maximum width, the maximum width of.
Well, I think it's based on the width of their machines.
I think they picked the width to accommodate the mowers, I would think.
Yeah. So, all right, and we'll.
Why would they want to build something bigger than they really needed?
Well, I think the ride-on mowers in a wetland-sensitive area, they shouldn't be on those.
I think this whole project.
Yeah, so, I mean, I'm not.
All right, well, we'll just put minimizing the.
Positively for this.
Well, I wouldn't want to push a push mower through a soggy thing. I'd want to get something that would power me through it.
Okay.
I mean,
We'll just.
Well, let's,
We'll just tell them to go walk on it a lot and keep the vegetation down.
hand clipping.
All right.
Okay. Okay. Someone like to make a motion?
Motion as amended.
A second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
Okay, well, that passes
So how's that?
3-2 with Commissioners Air. Was that an aye or you're opposed?
I'm opposed.
Commissioners Arisman and Steinhauer opposed. Okay. It's been a while.
Split votes are always, yeah, gotta have them from time to time.
They support the land bank, but this
No.
project just doesn't
There's
work.
too many paths for the amount of.
I don't mind a wetland crossing with like at Squam, at Stump Pond, you know, you have a
Yeah.
couple of wet spots, mostly dry, but this is all wet, you have a few dry spots.
It's a pretty wet spot. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's boggy.
All right, we can skip down to number 13, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, nice.
Um, going down to
13?
2 North Beach Street.
to North Beach. Yeah. Petroselli.
Yep, all right, and I have an amendment for this one too. In the additional finding areas, a finding that reads, the commission is not determining any wetland boundary or buffer zone on any adjacent property.
Yeah.
The buffer zones shown on the plan of record are reliant on the records of the Conservation Commission. So that will hopefully cover any attempt at shenanigans.
Okay.
Not that that's been happening there, ever.
Someone like to make that motion then,
Move to issue.
as amended?
As amended, yes.
For a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. 99 Squam Road LLC. 99 Squam Road.
That was for the house addition and driveway reconfiguration. I didn't really have any conditions for that thing.
Okay.
It seemed very straightforward.
Yeah. Someone like to make a motion? Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. So everything else was continued, wasn't it?
Nope.
No.
Number 12 North Beach Street, Friel is
Oh.
also
Or
ready.
is continued.
That was the one that David Haynes sat here for so long.
Oh.
For.
Yeah. That would continue to accept.
That was for the shed and a little bit of restoration work where the shed is, so I just kind of have the normal, we're fixing buffer zone areas that we encroached upon condition set.
Oh, right, well, that's okay, that's no problem. Someone like to make a motion? No? On 12 North Beach Street?
Move to issue as drafted.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. That will pass unanimously. Extensions, order of conditions. Burke trustees, 36 North Liberty.
Yes, this is actually the third one-year extension request. This is for the construction of some additions and a porch, and then the order says bulkhead, but it's for like a basement bulkhead. I don't want to get panicky. They've started the work. Some of the stuff's installed. They just want their third and final year to get it completed.
Sounds fine. Someone like to make a motion to approve the extension?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
This is the last one for them too, by the way. So
They better figure it
they
out.
have to finish or they're going to be reapplying.
Extension is approved unanimously. So, do the. Oh. Okay. Before other business, we will go back. Sconset Beach amended orders of conditions, Sconset Beach Preservation Fund, 87105 Baxter.
Mr. Chairman, the Commission, I know it's a very 8:20 late meeting. I'll try to keep this as brief as possible. Essentially, when we came to you for the one-year extension of the order of conditions, we were pleased to hear that you wanted to see some improvements to the returns, and unfortunately, because of the storm season, they really needed some improvements out there. And what we've come up with is a proposal for some core roll arrays on either end that would have, three major benefits. One is that it would improve the angle. The second is it would improve the add a softer material in that place, and the third is that it would prevent the water from getting around where the natural erosion has taken the shore back further than the current location. On the south end, it's not as much of a big deal, but on the north end, where the clay head was, that due to the necessity of designing around the clay head, we had a very short, very tight return in that area. So I think having a longer, extended, different material would really help with the scour and end effects in both areas, but particularly on that end. This proposal, I don't want to suggest that it's short term, but the hope is that it would be rolled into and then supplanted by the extension that you're hearing separately. And so, I think that we can spend hopefully not that long going into this. The other consideration is that in order to be able to put the sand down for the winter this year, we need to do that essentially very quickly, and to put this these returns in on either end before the sand goes down gives us a limited window. So I don't want to suggest anything that sounds like an ultimatum, but I just do want to give you an idea that there's a point where we've lost the window to put it in because the sand needs to go in. So the construction timeline is extremely limited in terms of getting this approved and installed, or just missing the whole winter. So I think that's where we are. Jamie Feely's here if you have any construction questions, and Arthur Sparrow is here if you have any engineering questions, and I'm happy to answer any as well.
So this like schematic that's included, the red, is that where your core rolls are going in?
Yes.
So it's one. So basically, it's one.
One tube high.
One.
Looks like.
Well, one tube above buried. Did I get that right?
It would be a standard 9-roll.
Yeah.
5-roll reinforcement. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm just saying, but I'm just looking
So for
at
the
the elevations and
it would
yeah.
be essentially the same, template that you've
Yeah.
seen before of lifts and anchoring of the so-called Wilkinson 5-roll arrays, to try to use those instead of geo tubes or instead of geo bags, which would be kind of what, knowing that there's concern with those, to try to meet in the middle, improve that angle, and go with the logs and anchor them in.
So it starts at the north end of your little ramp?
Yeah, it's gonna be under the ramp essentially, right? Because right now the ramp is, is gonna have to go in that gap that has happened.
Yeah.
So then, Jamie there would be additional sand placed over these rolls to serve as the ramp.
Does that bring that in front of the clay?
Yeah, I'm wondering where that fits in.
The knobs are
It would bring it in, you know, most of it is.
Is it on?
The clay has got.
It's a nub. It's a nub.
Is there any evidence of clay deposit back through there, like a lens of clay that you can't see right now, but it's back there that these rolls are going to dig into?
There probably is, it probably does continue, because having watched it for all these many years, it's like this, and then it dipped down, and so it went from being however tall it was, I'm guessing it was probably like 20 feet above. And so now it's just maybe like a small, so it probably is a little vein there actually that we would, you know, try and tie into, but the idea is that it would tie from the existing returns. And as Stephen mentioned, we were very careful not to get into excavating any of that when we put the initial return on the north end, so they were very short returns. And so this would just give us the ability to basically take a more angular approach and just do a nice job tying back into a new opportunity. That's been created.
I have to say that visual that we have submitted, it is difficult to picture how this array will actually line up with the current geotubes.
So it would sort of tie into the side of them, you know, in the field. I mean, essentially, you're going to have to, you know, excavate so that you can work in that area. There's lifts that have to be, you know, put in behind them, right, which is going to run back 6 to 8 feet or so. Sand placed, compacted, so the construction protocol is essentially the same. And I see your point from the graphic perspective, which is really meant to show the location of where they would be, and we would provide you, I would as-built whatever is installed, and we would do both as-built surveyed locations and photos of exactly what's put in. Before anything's covered with sand, I have to measure it.
Yeah, that'd be good, because you're gonna be creative. You
You
know,
have to.
you have to, I mean, you're two different medians here, kinda. So we just wanna know how it ties in.
And they are terraced in both directions.
So in other words, one roll, you know, one row might stop here against a geotube, and the next row might go, you know, a few feet longer to rest on top of it, so that it, you know, somewhat locks. But you know, it's not going to be a perfect joint. We don't have the ability to sew these things together. There's there's, you know, all you can do is just butt them there the best you can, and then anchor them. Exactly.
Yeah.
And even the anchors aren't going to be able to go right at the very end. They're going to have to stay, you know, off of the end a few feet to clear the tubes.
Yeah.
They're also going to be the easiest place to cover, because at the end, you know, the ramp is how we need to get up and down anyway. So it's going to be the first thing covered over with sand, and the first thing, and the thing that has to be maintained in order for the whole system to work. So there'll be a lot of excess sand in that area.
I'm interested to see how they survive out there.
Yeah, I mean, I think especially that north end.
Yeah.
Because it sometimes seems like there's actually like undermining from behind. And how that will work with the new quar rolls, if that'll kind of undermine behind those.
Well, what was happening there was between the clay head and the end, and so you did have that small area.
Yeah, resistance.
A different dynamic, but this year it should be different. It should act more like a traditional return.
Yeah. Other questions?
So you view these as basically temporary, depending on the new project?
Yes.
Yeah.
Not planted, just covered with sand.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Nothing planted on top. Yeah.
And The return on the south side, I mean, there wasn't the clay head there. You have essentially geotube returns. Why didn't they work?
Actually, those have done pretty well, so I think for us, the emphasis would be getting the north ones in prior to the south ones for two reasons. One, because when we put the returns on the south end, it is a very shallow angle relative to the bluff. And so those were like, I can't remember off the top of my head, but I want to say like 50, 60, 70 feet long terraces. Whereas on the other end, they were, you know, again, we were just lucky to fit anything between the end of the geosystem and the clay head. So what we're really trying to do is imitate more of what's going on the southern end from an angular standpoint without using geotubes.
On this, it says existing geotube exact location and elevations to be verified. Are you going to actually verify those now? Because we never.
Those have been. I mean, that's from him, but that's based on, you know, survey as-built that Blackwell had done and provided the same drawings to Baird. So, you know, he's probably saying that at construction, right? So he's showing what that means when he says to be verified is that on the plus or minus in terms of tying it together, but in terms of information that you have, the dashed blue lines are directly taken from a, you know, a shared CAD file based on the survey that had been done of the original installation.
You're gonna excavate the bottom row into the bank or into the beach as well?
Yeah.
Beach. Not the bank.
Not the bank, no. No, that was I'm tired.
Down to elevation 3.
There's a note.
So it's this time here, it's like 6 feet down, 7 feet down.
Hmm.
And that's included on the plans, the note to excavate trench area as
I
required.
remember that, but.
Well, that's why I was curious how they're gonna drag on it. But then we see
Extra cover.
Yeah, there was below grade.
It was one of the first things, if I may, Mr. Chairman, that, you know, we discussed in that location is that it's the ramp. So it's gonna essentially need additional cover before you can traverse across these.
So if the commission is, you know, willing to make our direction of the staff for positive motion at the next meeting, that would be great. But if you want to hold it open so we can provide any additional information, you know, we're certainly able to do that.
You might want to take public comment first.
Right.
Might want to take public comment before
Yeah,
you guys
well,
take
of
any
course.
action here.
Some people have been
I
sticking
know,
out for the
I
fun of
mostly
it.
wanted to get to, do you want any more?
Yes.
No.
Rick and Cormac have been waiting so patiently for hours on end.
Okay, I'd like the public, and questions from the public, please.
So good evening. My name is Rick Atherton. I just have a few sort of observations, and I think in a way they're also questions that you ought to, I think, get fuller answers on. And this is primarily related to what I'll call end scour. And to me, what we have here is an example of returns that were designed once and then designed twice on the north end, which failed. No one expected them to fail, but they did. The applicant says that the condition of the project, and let's just read the words so you know that this is not a light thing, this is quite serious, I think. The returns are needed to preserve the integrity. In other words, the integrity of the project has been lost with the failure of the existing returns. And I think you ought to be quite skeptical that the new returns are going to correct that problem. I find nothing in the application as I read it that analyzes that suggests the return should be 2 feet longer, 50 feet longer, 150 feet longer. They should be at this angle versus that angle, and that the end scour will then terminate. Otherwise, you're going to continue to have adverse conditions at the end of this project. And as I said, I think you ought to spend a little more time understanding that. The answer to end scour in most projects like this is line extension. That's what the bigger request to extend the project to 3,800 feet is about. And you just need to be careful. The sand, and read number 7 here, the core fiber rolls will be covered by sand as part of the ongoing sand template filling program to maintain the integrity of the coastal bank and bluff. In other words, the integrity was lost. I just blew up the section of the layout of the project and looked closely at the north end and tried to follow the 25-foot elevation line, which I think is what that line is. I'm sure you've all seen that. And the indentation behind that is significant. It's not just a little bump in. It looks to me like it went in. I can't imagine if you looked at the 25-foot line 4 years ago that it was configured that way. So something happened up there. You received pictures a year ago of the crevice that was developing a year ago behind those north end returns. What caused that? Why won't that happen again? I think those are questions you ought to address and try and answer. I also, just as a general proposition, I think the current order of conditions has a number of conditions, not all of which, in my view and reading them, have been fulfilled. And I think you ought to go through them almost item by item to determine whether or not the applicant is in compliance. Because until you do that at that level of detail, you don't really know. We know that the town has admitted they did not comply with their obligation to report on the progress of the Northern Baxter Road alternative access projects. So right there, you know that something has gone awry in terms of meeting the conditions of the application. And I think it's up to you to make sure that the conditions are fulfilled completely. So I would hope you would address that matter as well before you act on this request. You know, the expanded project may or may not go through. So to say this is just a temporary thing because the new one, the next one's going to happen automatically, I'm not sure you should be acting on this project in that regard. And I think therefore you need to pay close attention to why these returns are going to perform better than the last ones. And I just don't find much of a backup for that in the material presented to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Brad.
Thanks.
Other questions?
Mr. Chairman, Mark Collier, Nantucket Land Council.
Yeah, my thoughts aren't even coherent at all because it's 4.5 hours into this. So I think there's a lot of issues that, albeit maybe you would end up with an approval of amended order, but shouldn't necessarily be closed right now. Or maybe you guys are on top of it, but I don't see how you can do it at this time. Emily, I'm speaking on behalf of Emily Molden for the Land Council. She had submitted a letter. It's in your file. I think what your most concern was really understanding what their mitigation and nourishment was going to be for this. Obviously, a clear statement that the original proposal and approval didn't work. There was clear scouring. And then I think she did ask for a request that before you issue an amended order, can you please review the existing order to make sure that they're in compliance with all of the numerous conditions that were issued by the commission. I think that would warrant, it sort of makes sense. If they're asking for an amended, this is probably the time to review it. To just checks and balances, make sure they're doing it right. And I think I just had a slight question for staff, but I don't think it's that important. This is an application just by Sconset Beach. Last one was town and Sconset Beach. Portions of the project is on town-owned land. How does that fit in when the town hasn't signed off on the amended yet?
So knowing that question was coming, is we asked council about that, and they felt that with an existing order with parties involved doing work on that order
for the project was allowable, but this is something that may require modification to the license for the expansion of the project through that process.
Okay, which
to
would be
authorize-
out of the purview of the commission.
Correct.
Correct. So just the points that I already agreed.
But we did make sure that everyone was okay, that we accepted the filing and put it on to be heard, that wasn't an issue, so.
Oh, and there was also a question about temporary. They're not really being proposed as temporary because it's conditional on if the other
Right.
project gets approved. But if the other project gets approved, it's not going to be temporary.
Thank you.
So I don't want to necessarily go with my point, I want to go home too, but I do want to emphasize that if the commission has concerns about compliance, that is a activity you should, I can't talk either. That's an activity that you should engage in, but not necessarily related to this. Again, you know, the application here is not proposed as temporary, but it's proposed as something we want to do to make an improvement before this storm season. If the commission doesn't want us to do it, then we won't. But we think this is a very beneficial improvement. And the good thing about this project is that the commission basically has the ability to require us to come in and change it and make other improvements. So there's nothing about these return improvements that is, you know, you're locked in if you approve it now. We could always come back and change it if there's a problem. What we'd really like to do is see an improved system before the next storm season. And that's what we're asking for. Thank you.
So, question, because we're saying an improved system. Do we have like good documentation on a system that's combining the geotubes with the core rolls as the returns? You know, like geotubes, there's engineering documents about how they work in the field. So I'm just wondering, like, if there's been an analysis on what these should have been made out of to make this the best it can be.
I would say that that's subjective to the best it could be. Then we probably would come in and do geotubes again and geobags, but you know, and maintain it. But I think that what we're trying to do is be responsive to concerns of the commission and the public as well. And this is going to give you a softer end. And the only, so I think that's, I don't think that we're going to go find any kind of a research document that says, you know, this assemblage of materials, we're on the kind of, but that's why, you know, the other, if it was, you know, and that's why we're not, even though this is a CES, we're not asking to do rock, you know, at the ends of these things, as you would often see. We're not asking to come back in and put in additional we discussed it in terms of, you know, what are the alternatives. And, you know, my advice was to, and I think the discussion as well with Gordon, who prepared these plans, and trying to meet the interests of the commission and the public, is to go with something that's soft, that has been, you know, essentially follow the same template that's being approved, subject to, you know, conditions. And that's the thinking here, is to have something that's in the middle. These obviously could be changed and removed if there was enforcement or needed to be, much easier than, you know, geotextile. I think you'd get a higher level of protection from geotextile. But I think that I think you're also going to have more flexibility in the installation of a much smaller unit, is to the questions of how this logistically goes together. Working with 20-inch logs versus 45-foot diameter or circumference, you know, type fabric, is, you know, you're not going to be able to move them around. So I think that this is an adaptive approach to try to, and again, I would certainly take issue with the comment of failure. The ends have not failed. These are still, the geotube returns that are there are fine. But this is to be proactive and have adaptive management as to what to do at the end when the exact point of the 25-foot contour, you know, coming in. This is to address that. Again, you're always going to have natural recession of a coastal landform adjacent to a protected area. And in terms of end scour, I would refer back to the meeting on Monday that Mr. Thompson gave, which I thought, you know, in terms of refraction and diffraction and localized impacts. And I would echo that, you know, my observation, and I think that the contour that was pointed to really highlights this. It's a localized, you know, effect is what I think that we see, and that's what we're trying to address right here, so that it's not going behind the geotubes. But I certainly don't think there's a failure of anything. I think this is trying to again follow the line of properly maintaining and managing, you know, what's been installed. I think this is a very responsible application. And in terms of the north, the side end, and the question that's why did this happen? I know it's late, but I think that this deserves some time to discuss. Is that I'm sorry, I filed 7 other ones, but that you had that clay head, and you have a very interesting dynamic that was happening between one harder feature and another as well. So again, the 20-inch rolls are going to be able to be tapered and handled and placed in there, and exactly how that gets done, we can document and you know, provide you both photos and survey of where that is. In terms of compliance, I know, you know, from my observation is that the project and everything we've gone over, the project is compliant.
Can I just add one little thing to that? So from my perspective on that north end, it was this very quirky condition that we had to deal with out there, tying into that clay head, which is now gone and the conditions have changed. So from my standpoint, as I mentioned earlier, that north end is more important, I think, to us than the south end, because the south end, when those returns went in, they went in a way that would be consistent with how this type of system would typically be designed. And I think we had to just do what we could with that north end. And anyway, it would be nice to be able to be adaptive and to just straighten that out a little bit. I don't think the south end, I mean, I don't want to overstep my role here, but the north end is, I think, what's important.
My thought on this is that these things being softer and rougher, and when you're on that end, what you really want is something that is going to absorb all that energy that's coming off that long sweep of, and in some ways I think the geotubes themselves are probably the worst solution to that, because they're very hard and they're very smooth, and they sort of taper up, so they're sort of not only reflecting energy, but they're reflecting it kind of down, which is, you know, maybe the worst of all worlds out there. I don't know, where these things may absorb a little more energy on those ends, and I don't think they'll hold up maybe very long, but they probably fairly easily replaced if they don't.
I think the angle was an apple.
Yeah.
I think it was much too sharp an angle going into that.
And I think that clay head probably didn't help.
Probably lessened the wave activity there.
Yeah, I mean, we do have experience with, you know, with the tubes that were out there. They're next door, I mean, about the core, so they do hold up.
That lady that put those bags up on we went out and looked at her property, and she had it all scooped out in her yard, and there was another clay knob right there.
Yeah.
And it right behind that clay knob, it just scooped right, you know, 20 feet extra right there.
Yeah, I think that was a bad place to originally end the original.
I think we're going to find more of these clay deposits as
Oh,
we
yeah.
continue to do
Somehow.
this. So it's not
Also, my concern, I mean, I'd like to see something protecting that for now anyways. I mean, I don't want to hold up. We're getting a lot of nor'easters and, you know, gales these days, so I don't know what the season's going to turn into.
Something's got to go in there.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if we could even get your geotubes guys over here to do the returns. And
We don't want to. We want to try this. We think it's a more responsible attempt. You know, when we have this you know, season or see how it works. And I think Andy's point. I mean, sorry, Ernie's point about putting some energy absorption at the end is worth looking at.
Yeah. You see the benefits of making them longer?
No, because again, we're not trying to just extend the project. We're just trying to, the exact length would be tying it into the bank.
Well, I understand that, but I'm just saying,
the taper.
The taper, the
No,
length
I
extension
think this
being
is what
beneficial for
we
runoff.
use to run it back, you know, so that, you know, if it comes out at 53 feet or, you know,
Yeah.
47, it's a plus or minus in that. It's not to go to
Right.
80 feet, but I think that this should do it. To close the gap. And then again,
Yeah.
this is also, the other point we hadn't raised is that, you know, there have been concerns voiced about being able, the ramp that's supposed to be maintained to walk up over there. Well, this is gonna be able to keep a much more walkable slope. Even if these were exposed, you could walk right up these things.
Yeah,
Whereas the erosion that's been happening, that creates, I know you've gotten photos and that steep, you know, slope, that's gonna make this much easier for, you know, the public or walkers or anybody else to get up on top of that template.
Yeah.
They're easily, you know, not,
Yeah.
they're climbable.
Yeah.
Certainly more than a 14-foot vertical.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's sand is hard enough to climb
get
up.
up that.
It's fun to drive the buggy down.
Yeah.
So, I
Well-
guess we're satisfied with the submission, and it doesn't look like the commission is looking for more information from us.
Is anybody looking for more information?
Does it change sand volumes or anything like that?
No, it's the
Bigger
same.
sand then? No? So it's,
Well, it would, because you have to cover the extra
Yeah.
50 feet
Right.
on each.
Right. It's 100 feet, I was just kind of curious.
The sand per linear foot doesn't change. Just
Right,
Yeah.
yeah, but
Yeah.
just do volumes.
Distribution. It would extend the ramp.
Yeah, okay.
Right.
We want a lot of material above them just to drive over them, so.
That's good.
I honestly, I think a better visual for the initial record would be good. So we can see the idea versus what goes in the ground for the as-built. You know, so it's not a seemingly totally on the fly sort of project.
You maybe besides there's an engineering schematic that I know is typical, so it's not.
The 9 tubes.
I don't know what I would give you.
I think it's really tough to quantify that. I mean, I hear what you're saying, and I'm trying to think, like, how would I show that, draft that?
That's where I don't know what I would do different.
Sounds like the as-built, but unfortunately that's.
But I mean, the schematic that shows them
Yeah.
installed is in the packet. I'm not sure.
I guess straight on elevation, is that what you want to see?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm having trouble picturing how far up the bluff this is going, because it's looking like these 9 tubes are only gonna be the height of one geotube above the ground, but in reality, they're gonna go further up the bank than that.
Right, I mean, he has an elevation on here.
Right.
12 feet? 12-foot elevation to the, from.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I
from
think
the
part of that
+3.
is that's the depth, and these are coming up that height, so I don't think it's off particularly, you know, the geotubes themselves, the width is, the depth is, that was just a, you know, 8 foot. So 9 rolls is gonna go back about 18 feet, or not even, right? So I think that's actually drawn to scale appropriately. And the reason that it doesn't go to the next one is because we're starting the low.
Joints in it.
Yeah, I think the joints
at the bottom.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I mean, you'd have to have the elevations of each. I'm sure we have it.
I don't think we're gonna get
Yeah,
that
but-
high. I don't think it's gonna go to maybe the partway up the second geotube.
My understanding is it's gonna end up being like 13.5, so 18 inches each, is that right?
They're 20-inch diameter, but they only stack it.
But they're not on
They
top
got
of
it
each
1/8
other.
of a foot. I found 15 inches. I mean, but so.
Yeah, so I'm looking, so let's say it's 12 feet, you start at elevation 3, you're at elevation 15, so you're right, it's only a tube tall or 2.5 tall.
Which matches the plan.
Above
Mhm.
the beach.
Yeah.
Because the first one's very.
Yeah, we'd have an as-built for the tubes, which would be easy enough to. Actually, I got one at home.
So, you know, I think we document the before, the during, and the after, photographically and with an as-built survey.
Yeah.
So not that Jeff doesn't have enough to do, but certainly we can consult with him. in terms
Keeps
of,
him awake.
I'm good. Fine as can be. I think the easy answer to this is I think there's some questions that can be addressed. We can certainly get the actual order for everybody, and even kind of a rough run through on all of that. Probably, and we have 3 weeks, so we can get that to everyone in advance for issues that have come up. I never like closing stuff that we know we're gonna discuss next time or have an order to discuss next time, because if something comes up, you're kind of stuck and you have that 21 days to issue.
Yeah.
So if I had a choice, I think if you guys were thinking about issuing, it would be to close and issue together at the next hearing, because our next hearing is 21 days apart.
Is that the 28th?
It's the 28th, yeah. It's certainly up to you guys. I mean, you guys feel like you have enough, you can do it and we can draft it, but I think a lot of those issues can get resolved in the interim and make sure everyone is more comfortable with where it's going. Not to hold you guys up, because I know Jamie probably wants to start working
He does.
later
We're
this
not
evening.
going to get an order tonight anyway, no matter what.
So
the next meeting.
We're 21 days apart. I mean, that puts you to it to have to do it. I just don't want someone to get uncomfortable at the end and say they wanted more information with it being stuck, and then being stuck in that awful spot of having a closed public hearing where a question comes up that you can't really address. Yeah. That is the worst case scenario for everybody. Because then you're going into appeal land on an amended order, and then no one wants to even do those things. So
is anyone looking for other information?
I mean, do you guys want those things that came up? Do you guys want to go through the old order and make sure that we're good?
Because I know there's not debate about the end scour, but I am like 90% sure that when we discussed this past winter, that it was admitted that there was end scour that happened on that side, in the record. So
We were discussing terminology, if I recall.
End effect, end scour.
Yes.
So,
we should call it the right thing.
I think it's easy enough to build consensus to say something happened at
Something
the end.
happened out there.
And I think that's why we're all
Yeah.
here at 8:57 at night on November the 7th. It's because something happened at the ends before.
So if we're looking at the 28th for the order anyway, I mean, I think I feel comfortable closing, but I understand why I'm recommending to you to keep it open, even if you're not looking for more information. It gives you more flexibility. So, we can request, I'd be happy to request a continuance to the 28th.
Great. I think that'd be good. Okay. Okay, so...
If it were 2 weeks, I would feel a little differently, but 3 and
you run up against that deadline.
That puts you right up against statutory deadline. So,
okay, so
maxing
we will continue to the 28th.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right.
And we're going to have a draft order at that meeting, will be.
I can put something together to at least facilitate a discussion.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, good. So, everyone's happy with the minutes. That's great. Approved by unanimous consent. Monitoring reports.
So we did search on those, just kind of acknowledging that they came in. Oh, and then there's that last piece of
Okay, so they're in. Excellent. Enforcement action.
All right.
it's like never ending.
What a night. What the hell, man?
I know, we've collected all it's like the highlight show of 2018.
Yeah.
So, apologies, they're all.
Yeah.
We're making you earn it.
I'd join the HDC if I wanted to do this every
Why don't everyone just take a minute? They can read it. This was the letter that we talked about last time that we were going to do with the last SPPF meeting. And then I just didn't remember reading this last one. So we have it right here. I don't think we're in a huge rush, so if you guys want to skip this, we can.
There's a typo.
I'm sure there is.
Right, that's why we're looking for the teacher.
Where was the typo?
It's issued and enforcement action.
Oh, that's. My grammar was on point when I wrote it, apparently. Well, that kind of stinks because then I don't want you guys to assume it. But you could, I'd have to just white it out. It's really weird. Or you guys can not sign it, and we'll correct it, and then
I think you could white it out, please.
I can get it to everyone to sign or get around. I just didn't want to let it slide before we forgot.
No, it's fine with me.
Is there
But-
a printer working on this place at 9 o'clock?
There is, but
I didn't notice it.
I can get across. I can't get through the door to get there.
Looks fine.
I read good. Knock at night sounds good to me.
So just to go through the highlights, obviously the first part is requiring the delineation of all resource areas on the property, and then a written maintenance plan for the existing conditions that clearly outline how the water features surrounding area and remaining property within resource area of the buffer zone are maintained for the commission to review. I set the deadline. It's a little over 60 days. I kind of just counted and then rounded through a week for convenience to January 11th. That's certainly flexible. And then if we haven't met the requirements set forth, the 2 points to do there by that day, then we start charging $50 a day until it's complied with. That's just what we're allowed to do. So that's what we'll do.
I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good. Do we need to make a vote to approve the
Well,
letter?
you need to come in with a request for determination.
What's that?
She's gonna have to file a request.
Yeah,
for
that's the
determination.
first requirement is that I actually put a request for determination of applicability,
Okay.
notice of intent, or abbreviated notice of resource area delineation shall be filed with the commission, clearly defining all resource areas and their buffer zones on the property in question. So, she can choose which of the three she would like to do, but they
Could she
all
come in with-
essentially
if she
can
did
get
an
you.
RDA, could she come in with a planting plan? Because I know she's talked about
I would
maybe
re-
native plantings around.
I think if she was going to do plantings, then she would be filing the notice of intent
Notice,
choice. The other two are pretty strictly towards resource area delineation. We typically don't allow work in resource areas under RDAs with a few exceptions.
Yeah.
If I were picking as a person, I would choose to permit work that I thought I might be doing as part of a notice and just knock it all out at once.
Mhm.
But we've chosen the difficult path on this the whole way, so
This has been difficult since it started. Eh?
it's not going away. So if you guys want to sign this one, or if you want me to correct the typo and get one, it's up to you guys.
I don't have a typo. What's the typo?
Oh, I don't care. We just all have to sign the same one.
Yeah.
You can sign the one that Ashley has in front of her.
Sign
That I crossed out.
Start with her.
Alright.
You guys need to make a motion and vote though. I know it's 9:03, but someone needs to make a motion to.
Move to issue the enforcement letter.
Yes.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None.
I'm
Passes unanimously. Poor kids tomorrow.
Poor teacher was great.
Well, Ian has always recused on this because he is in a butter.
Yeah, yeah.
So
I got the climatic range.
Yeah, I should have given you the multiple choice to Easy.
Don't you have to write your name and rate it?
Okay.
No,
else
I
we
got
got
4
here?
signatures on there.
Yeah.
it makes you guys feel better.
Okay.
I have a DEP on site.
No reports. Right? Excellent.
Oh no, it's not a DEP. What is it?
Any
It's,
comments from the
There's
commissioners?
comments. Let's
Any
see.
comments?
Save them.
Oh, we have a comment from the crowd.
I got one, if you don't mind. I was gonna just bring it up to Jeff, but now I know that the timing's off, and Marcia Taylor's thing reminded me. I was thinking about submitting a citizen, or doing some research on a citizen's article that would beef up the fine and penalty provisions. And I know Jeff's been talking with town council agents about this, but I'm not gonna do it if the commission is gonna work towards that end to get something in to the warrant for the April. The citizens warrant ends on the 17th, so it'd be great if you guys started to sort of think about that. Then I'm not going to draft something if you guys.
Well,
want to do something.
I've told Greg and Libby, and we have a little bit more leeway if we want to have something on the annual town meeting to address the code and the penalty section in there.
Yeah, you guys can go all the way to February. I'm saying. It's just
Yeah.
I have to put something.
No,
in
it's
in 2 weeks. If you guys,
we will have something in for then, and I think the plan is to change the code to flip it to the regulations to set kind of a schedule of fines instead, or schedule of penalties that are more
All right, that's all
adaptable.
I needed. Thank you.
Is Emily on vacation or something?
At a conference.
Oh.
National Atmospheric Deposition.
Oh, really? Good for her.
Whoa.
She's broadening her. Where's this one at? Some cool place.
All right, we do need a motion to adjourn.
Yeah.
Motion to adjourn.
No, everyone's chatty now. They're all giddy.
I just made it. Who's
Do you have
gonna
a
second?
second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Adjourned. Now we're like chatting.